States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here.
Dr. Schmidt? Absent. Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Bennett?
Here.
Page 9, third paragraph, first sentence. Mr. Davis has the fire station number 2, I believe it should be number 4. And then in the 7th paragraph, same, no sentence, station 4. I just saw one. Page 11, second to the last paragraph, first sentence, Ware Creek is misspelled. W-E-I-R. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other comments? Mr. Mason? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. May I get a roll call, please?
Yes, to approve the January 18th, 2022 minutes with the corrections submitted by Mr. Davis. How say you, Mr. Moyer?
Aye.
Mr. LaRochelle?
Aye. And then 2 sentences later, they have projected to power 660 homes and 660,000 homes. And then down toward the bottom of that paragraph, second to last sentence, he stated how dependent human beings have become. I think that should be dependent. Next page, page 4, second paragraph. So battery storage is being utilized at Borrego Solar. That's incorrect. It's Barronville Substation, or it's actually correctional substation in Barronville. Is where the Tesla battery storage units are right now. That's correctional substation. And that the next sentence after, I'm not exactly sure. I think what we try to capture is that if you do a solar project, the electrical service to your property gets upgraded to accommodate that power. I can't really make heads or tails of that sentence there. We should just strike it all together.
And this was just a work session, so if you're not comfortable with the way it's worded, then it's describing what you were.
Right, I would strike that sentence where it said, he said one positive impact. And I think the last one on page 5, top sentence, Mr. Moore seemed to think the use of agricultural land would be ideal. I assume that's ideal. That's it for me.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Bennett?
one change I had on, that should change, excuse me, on page 8, is under item 13, staff reviews. Ms. Leduc said he, and we should have a gender change there. It should be she. We'll get together with Rodney Hathaway. That's it.
All right. There's no further comments or corrections. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended by Mr. LaRochelle and Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yes, to approve the February 22nd, 2022 minutes with the corrections noted by Mr. LaRochelle and Mr. Bennett. How say you, Mr. Moyer?
Aye.
Mr. LaRochelle?
Aye.
Mr. Bennett,
Aye.
Mr. Tiller,
Aye.
Ms. Butler,
Aye.
Ms. Townsend,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Pearson,
Aye.
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the citizen comment period.
We had two folks sign up to speak on the citizen comment period, but I'm assuming they want to speak about one of the public hearings. Betsy Sink and Robert Downing.
Yes, is that there are two different sign-ins.
Yeah, this is for items that aren't
Okay.
a public hearing.
Yes.
So you want to change to that?
Yes.
Okay.
We're already.
How about the
I didn't
other?
know if it was two different. One was just
That's
easy,
okay.
one
Okay.
was a sign-in. That's fine.
Understood. So nobody signed up for this
Okay.
part.
All right. The next order of business is the presentation on the Liberty Landing project, the current HUD proposal.
Oh, there it went. Okay. Yep. That's true. Oh no, I lost it. Oh, there you go.
I can just go up and down.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay.
See how that works. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Jeff Geiger, here on behalf of Bridgewater Crossing. We appreciate you giving us time before filing an application to present a rezoning request that we would like to submit to New Kent County. The applicant will be Bridgewater Crossing. They own a property in the Bottoms Bridge area. We are all generally familiar with the Bottoms Bridge area. I'm going to generally point out, you can see the VCA New Kent Animal Hospital. The property is just to the west of that on the south side of 60. And it's the next property that would be on the west, as you head west on 60, would be the church. So that generally gives you a reference point for the area that we're talking about. This slide here defines it better in terms of the boundaries of the area that we're going to be talking about this evening. And some of you may be aware, may know, that Bridgewater Crossing has owned the land for a while and has been in conversations with the county, has submitted rezoning requests in the past for different visions for what the property could be used for. We appreciate the dialogue that we've had with the board, with the Planning Commission, and with the county staff over these years. And we are pleased to be bringing forward to you a proposal that we believe is in line with what the county would like to see with this property. The purpose of this presentation is to go through that vision and outline what we expect to file with the county. As you may know, this property is designated on your comprehensive plan as a village. This slide here identifies the location of the property on your comprehensive plan, and that, I like to call it a mauve color, designates that village designation. From your comprehensive plan, villages are characterized by a mix of structures and uses, including residential, commercial, and institutional. They are typically compact in size, pedestrian-oriented. They have historically functioned as social centers and are served or intended to serve by public utilities. In addition, your comprehensive plan identifies uses that are appropriate within this designation in your comprehensive plan. Uses that would be appropriate on properties that have this designation. These uses include single-family detached and attached homes on smaller lots to provide opportunities for more affordable housing options. It also includes apartments and condominiums, retail stores of modest scale, not big boxes, business services, professional and general office, and institutional uses such as churches, schools, and libraries. Now, for those of you who may be familiar, one of the things that we were originally seeking to create within the community on this property were apartment uses. We've heard you. You don't want apartments. There are no apartments in this request. One of the other items that we have heard that has been of interest to the community is a grocery store. I'm here to tell you, we're not proposing a grocery store. I'm sorry, there's no demand for another grocery store. Well, let's flip that around. There's consumer demand for another choice. There's just not enough houses for another grocery store. As we worked on our community design, we were not only informed by your comprehensive plan, but we were also informed by your strategic plan. Now, this is the county's strategic plan, kind of how the county wants to move forward in all facets, not just planning. But there's some informative and important goals that we should keep in mind with rezoning requests in New Kent County that are provided by this strategic plan. And I'd like to point out a couple of them, some of the ones that we acknowledged and focused on. The strategic plan has community design principles. For the benefit of the public, I'm sure you commissioners are aware, the strategic plan was informed through engagement with the citizenry in New Kent through feedback, surveys, meetings, and so this was the outcome of that public input. From a community design principle perspective, one of the ideals is to concentrate development in dense, compact patterns to preserve the countryside, manage public utilities and amenities, mix commercial and residential, supporting amenities and facilities that foster social activities, and provide authentic destination experiences. The strategic plan also identified particular retail opportunities within the county, including general merchandise, restaurants, hardware store, clothing and accessories. It also identified other needs that are present in achieving the goals of the county within the strategic plan. That included daycare uses. The strategic plan noted that you are a net exporter of employers or jobs. And so as your residents leave to go to work, they need to make sure that they have care for their children here in the county. It also talked about the need for greater opportunities for medical services through medical offices, neighborhood offices, financial advisors, insurance agents, those types of businesses that are more, or offices that are more retail in nature. And then also identified the need for more middle market housing within the county. Using these information points, we developed a layout, which I will show you in a moment, but we also informed how we wanted to approach a request, a rezoning request, to present to New Kent County, your planning staff, ultimately you, and then the board. The property is currently zoned business. It received this designation via a county-initiated rezoning request. And we would like to request a change to your PUD ordinance, Planned Unit District Ordinance, to create that compact mixture of uses that are sought in both your comprehensive plan and your strategic plan. Your planned unit development talks about the purpose for when this type of zoning is used, and its purpose is for creating economical and efficient land use through unified development. That's what we want to do. One of the goals is to create a living, working, and visiting community. That's what we would like to do. Within the layout I will show you next, we will have open space of 57 acres, or roughly 48% of the overall acreage for the community. This layout here shows the new community. Ms. LeDuc has counseled me well that if I take the arrow off of the screen, I might get in trouble. So bear with me. This is Route 60. This is the church. The vet office is right here. 5 Lakes is generally across the street. This is our commercial area, the area where we would like to create opportunity for up to 60,000 square feet of commercial space that is more focused at the type of commercial activity that will be competitive in our commercial market as we go forward. We want to create uses that are that neighborhood services, the restaurants, the daycare, opportunities here, because those are the commercial types of opportunities that will succeed as we continue to shop more online. If you live in New Kent and you don't want to drive to White Oak or down to Williamsburg, it's probably just easier to order it on Amazon. But if you live in New Kent and you want to go out and you want to experience the winery across the street, if you want to go to the Third Base Grill across the street, those are the types of opportunities that residents in the area can't get online. It's the type of opportunity that is leading to more commercial investment around Patriots Landing, in the new office building, the new restaurant, other opportunities, other buyers who are investing in New Kent. It's the type of commercial that could be patroned by the employees at the new health center and other businesses within the corridor. Within that commercial area, we will have 2 entrances coming in and framing the commercial area. They are using the existing median breaks on Route 60. We will create all the infrastructure out of the gate to put in the roads, put in the water, put in the sewer, to set up the commercial area to market to those businesses. And then behind the commercial area, we will have access to single-family lots, single-family home lots, detached. As you get over to the side, over here towards this is on the east side as we get towards the vet office, you can see the layout showing townhomes and then townhomes in the rear. You can see a lot of the open space that is indicated within the layout here. I would like to also point out in particular this area here, part of our investigation of the property, revealed a historical area. There are artifacts of an Indian settlement. So this area will be preserved as well and not developed. The community will have amenities throughout, but I would like to just focus here for the moment. This is an existing pond on the property, and we've located the clubhouse pool tot lot to be on the pond to take advantage of that vista. What I'd like to do now is kind of review some of the details I just described, but in a little bit more detail. I know that the development on Route 60 took a while to come. And we saw some of the first commercial buildings coming up, and we said, whoa. Need an overlay, make sure that by right commercial development brings the quality of commercial development that New Kent County expects. And you created the Bonds Bridge Corridor Overlay. We will follow the overlay as it applies to the commercial area, so that we stay with the commercial expectations that you have established. As I mentioned, we're planning for up to 60,000 square feet. The types of business uses that will be within that commercial area include the uses from your business district, but we would also like a couple of other uses to go with some of that strategic uses that your strategic plan identified. A building supply with outside storage, think about Tractor Supply. Nursery with over 15,000 square feet. Winery, commercial to kind of go, and the distillery. We think that there could be some uses that would be complementary to the existing winery across the street. And then the ability to have that shopping center designation with over 30,000 square feet. The reason for that is we would like the ability to react to the market. If a user, we think, what sets up well is individual units that are detached. Kind of, if you think about the Bottoms Bridge area, the new Dunkin' Donuts, I think it's a dentist office, Domino's Pizza, that type of multi-tenant, small space retail building. A daycare could come in and say, we want to take a building to ourselves. A medical office, a medical practice may come in and say, we want to take a building to ourselves. But we also may have somebody in the market who comes in and says, no, I'd like to have a series of inline spaces. Not anchored by a grocery store, but there could be somebody who wants to come in that have a larger space that then has smaller shops around it. Within the residential area, the single-family detached homes, there will be a maximum of 150 homes. The minimum square footage for those homes will be 1,600 square feet. That does not include the square footage for the garage. Townhomes will be 140 maximum. The minimum square footage for the townhomes will be 1,200. Again, that does not include the square footage for the garage. Amenities include the clubhouse pool. We'll also have a tot lot and dog park, and a picnic area with a shelter, and then pedestrian walking trails throughout. Other requirements for the development of this community. We will have public water. Public water is there. We will also have public sewer. As you may know, the Bottoms Bridge area has a special utility district that was put in place to finance the water and sewer lines that are already in place. Residents within the Bottoms Bridge area pay an additional tax on top of their real estate tax for this service district. Our residents will pay into that same service district, paying down the debt faster. It is my understanding that there is also a special tap fee or connection fee that the developer will have to pay at the time of connecting or developing, and those, to my understanding, those funds will also go towards paying down that debt, so that the extra tax that the residents in the area pay today will be paid down faster. Any lighting we have will be full cutoff, or also called fully shielded. We are required to have an architectural review committee that will be applicable to the residential area and then to the commercial area to control the architecture. And then the open space, that 48% will be maintained by the homeowners association. The rezoning request will also include an obligation to build certain road improvements. These will be at the two median breaks that I showed you on the drawing. At Route 60 and Brook Boulevard, kind of our west driveway on the left of the screen that I was showing you. We will construct the site driveway, kind of the entrance as we're approaching Route 60, with 1 lane in, 2 lanes out. We will construct an eastbound right turn lane, and then also a westbound left turn lane. We will do a similar type of structure, similar type of arrangement at the east driveway, closer to the vet. I would like to point out these requirements are from a traffic study that we have completed and will turn in with the rezoning request. That traffic study said for the driveway at the east end, we only needed 1 lane leaving. We're going to actually do 2. We think that's a better setup. Next steps, we will be filing our application after being informed by any questions or comments that you may have. After filing the application, as you know, we go through a staff review, and then after staff review is completed, we will be scheduled for a public hearing in front of you, and then ultimately a public hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors. That concludes my presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions that the Commission may have.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. With today's economy, I'm not quite sure. What is the dollar amount of considered middle market housing?
That's a great question. I really appreciate you asking that. Your strategic plan talked about that. Your strategic plan talked about the need for having housing at your median income price, and that's where we're aiming. It's roughly around the 300 to 325 range. If you are interested in today's dollars, and let me tell you, whether it's for my client here, Bridgewater Crossing, or for any of my clients, providing pricing for housing right now is a scary proposition. But we think, hopefully when things settle down, you will see townhouses in the starting at 230,000, going up to 300,000. You will see single-family detached homes starting at 330,000, going up to 380,000. Now, one of the aspects that I think is talked about with that middle market housing concept is not only providing middle market housing in terms of a price point, but also how can we diversify the housing stock in the county. If we all have large lot single family homes, we're competing against each other when we sell. We also, as a county, don't have housing where our children, after they've finished school, could come back as young professionals or singles and live in the county. We also don't have opportunity for our empty nesters who want to stay in the county. They've made a social network. They've made a place, a home, but they don't want to maintain that yard. They don't want to maintain the house. They're tired of mowing. They're tired of raking the leaves. What could they downsize into? And that's also part of our goal, is to add a little bit more diversity in terms of the housing type that would be attractive to millennials, Gen Z, empty nesters.
Okay, and then the other question I have, I guess, would be for Mr. Tiller. The projection of the road improvement on Route 60, do we have any plans for Route 60?
Well, as far as the road improvements, what Mr. Geiger said, which I think did VDOT recommend, that was some of VDOT's recommendations as well.
Those are our traffic study recommendations. Right. We would make them part of the zoning, right, so that we're obligated to put them in generally at the very first part of the development. And
we're still, I asked at our meeting last week about the corridor study that VDOT was doing. They still don't have an answer for that as of yet. So
We did get an answer today.
you did?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good. I'm
we-
glad you got an answer today. What was it?
We talked to Mr. Moore. As you know, Adam Moore is the new kind of head of the residency in Ashland. And we had the opportunity to speak to him today. He says they're working on it. There's even a draft that exists, but it's not ready for release. So that's kind of the data we got. If you'd like, I'd be happy to talk about it more, or if you'd like to, go ahead. In talking to Mr. Moore, they're putting together the county, Mr. Tiller, Mr. Hathaway asked for a study of the Route 60 corridor. Generally, Star Motel, if I have the name of the motel right, down to the bridge where it hits the creek area. For suggested improvements, what could be done to move traffic through in a more efficient manner. As Mr. Tiller indicated, we did have a community meeting. This was one of the hot topics, a desire from the area to have more traffic lights. And so that might be kind of one of the recommendations that comes out of this study. It is a study that will make recommendations to the county as to what the county could do. The county would then apply for funding to fund those improvements. Mr. Hathaway or Mr. Tiller can correct me if I said anything wrong.
At this point, you know more than we do right now, I think. Right?
Feel free to give Mr. Moore a call. He's a good guy. He's new and he's good, he's far more responsive than, I can't go there. Some of the other people who were there.
Madam Chair. Mr. Geiger, what lot sizes are we talking about for the single family, and similarly, what kind of lot size are we talking for the townhomes?
We're thinking a minimum square foot of 6,000 square feet for the detached homes. That's roughly a 60 wide lot, 100 deep. And then the townhomes will be a minimum of 2,000 square feet, 20 foot wide, 100 deep.
The second question, I presume that the roadway network within this proposed development is going to be private, or is it going to be public?
Public.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, the project phasing, you said roads and commercial first. What is your specific phasing for this?
So we will put in the infrastructure first. Roads, water, we will create pads, commercial pads out front for marketing. In order to access and create the lots in the back, we've got to put all that infrastructure in first. From that point on, we would then continue to build the residential. We will let the market materialize with what the commercial demand is on the pace that the market sets for us.
Madam Chair. What the open space that you've dedicated, any accessory uses for that, recreational or otherwise, or is it going to be left alone?
So within the 48%, it is both preserved and amenity space. So within that, so to answer your question, it's that the amenities I talked about, clubhouse, walking trails, tot lot, dog park, that's within that open space type of calculation. It's a very small percentage of it. The rest of it is mainly just natural area and will be preserved as natural area. It will not have, walking trails through it.
On the open space, you mentioned the area where they found Indian artifacts. Is there also wetlands?
Oh, I did something bad.
You lost your cursor.
Yes, if you remember the layout, I was trying to show you, you saw some areas in green.
Yeah.
That is primarily either wetlands, environmentally protected areas, or floodplain. If you're looking at the layout kind of in the, what is that going to be, the southwest corner, we do have a lot of kind of floodplain and significant wetland areas where the Chickahominy
Swamp.
yeah, it's part of the natural filtration system for the Chickahominy.
Okay.
Thank you. So if you see kind of generally south of the pond in the kind of in the middle, kind of to the left side of the drawing, that is primarily, yeah, like you said, swamp and wetlands and floodplain, but still within the property.
Now, the other pond is, you said the one closer to 60 is existing?
Yes.
And the other pond will be a man-made retention basin?
There's still,
Or is-
the large one, I think, Ken, are both of those ponds still there? Yeah.
Okay. Is existing, okay.
So you were right. That's the one existing.
Mr. Chairman? I thought I'd have more questions for you, Mr. Geiger, but there's nobody here from my development or from Five Lakes, so I'm a little bit stunned. But the one thing I was wondering about, there is only one in and out of the townhouses. Is that, I don't know if fire regulations would look at that as being something that would be a problem, considering it's a lot of townhouses there.
Great question. I appreciate that. If you could see on the, it's created as a boulevard entrance. And so that allows us to have the two counted as two ways.
Okay, good.
If we didn't, if we had them right next to each other, we would have to redesign it.
Okay, sounds good.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Geiger? Thank you, Mr. Geiger.
Thank you. Thank you for the tech support.
We'll move on to an update on the solar generation facilities ordinance amendment.
I will keep this brief, thank you. Before you tonight in the paperclip, I know you have a lot of paper up there, but this is the final draft of the staff of the solar performance standards that staff's put together with input from Mr. Bennett and a few other commissioners. We're hoping to bring this to public hearing for you all next month, but please just review it and let us know if you have any questions. I also attached the minutes and the initiating resolution from the board just to give a little bit of background. That's my brief report on that.
Kelly, in terms of comments or questions from the commissioners, are you planning to put this before the commission at the next meeting?
That's our hope, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what should we expect as far as your attention to any of our initial comments?
Oh, they can change up until the meeting, and then eventually they'll have to go up into the board supervisors for approval. So If y'all have any comments you'd like to see incorporated or changes, we can, I mean, and it's up to you to set the agenda for the next meeting. So depending on what I hear from you over the next couple of weeks, we can talk about it again if there's a lot of proposed changes.
Okay. Commissioners, in that case, if you can review this, and if there's substantial issues, comments, please get those to Kelly as quickly as possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we start the public hearings, let's take a 10-minute break just to refresh for a few minutes, and then we will start back at it's 7:13, so 7:23. call the meeting back to order. We are at the portion of the agenda where we're going to go through into our public hearings. Before I turn it over to the public hearing chair, I just would like to say that to be fair to everyone, please understand that we will be enforcing the 3-minute time period for each speaker, and that try and be as succinct and respectful as possible. We will have no outbursts, and we want to hear what everyone has to say. So just be fair to everybody, and we'll get everybody heard. Okay. So without further ado, we'll turn it over to Ms. Butler.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have 2 public hearings before us. Each has been properly advertised for tonight's consideration. Let me take a moment to review the procedures that we will use for tonight's hearings. Each public hearing will be considered separately. Staff will give a brief overview of the hearing that is before us. The sponsor of the case will be given an opportunity to make a presentation. Commissioners will be given an opportunity to ask questions of the sponsors or staff for clarification purposes. I will then open the citizens' comment portion of the public hearing and receive your comments. Sign-up sheets are located on the desk at the front doors of the administration building, and I ask the following. You come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, address your comments to the commission, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When the timer sounds, please conclude your remarks. So please be as succinct, and we need to give everyone a turn tonight so we can hear from everyone. Please note that the commission members will not answer your questions during the citizens' comment period, but will certainly take those questions and comments into consideration during the deliberation period of the public hearing. So with that, I will open the first public hearing. Application CUP-01-22, Borrego Solar.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to keep this brief as the applicants also have a presentation they'd like to give. Representatives from Borrego Solar have applied for a conditional use permit to construct a 3-megawatt solar facility on approximately 23 acres of land located east of Eltham Road and north of Henrico County Regional Jail East and Polish Town Road. There's a map in your packet for reference, and I know they'll show one tonight. The property is part of a larger parcel that's zoned industrial and is designated as industrial in the comp plan. The zoning ordinance requires a CUP in the industrial zoning district for an energy generation facility. The solar project meets several overarching goals in the comp plan, including the promotion of sustainable alternative energy sources and production. Prior to submission of the CUP, the applicant held several neighborhood outreach meetings to notify the local property owners of the interest to construct the facility, receive any feedback regarding the proposal, and provide an overview of the site. Appendix F in your application contains information regarding those efforts. The facility is proposed to be accessed off Polish Town Road, and after construction, the anticipated vehicle traffic generated from the facility will be 1 or 2 vehicles per day. The applicant will work with VDOT and the county throughout the construction period to ensure that the public roads utilized are properly maintained. The conditions written into this permit will address any visual and noise impacts the project will create. Specific buffers and screening will be required, and construction will be restricted to daylight hours. Decommissioning of the site to remove the project components and return the land to another permitted land use will be required of the applicant at the end of the project life. The application was reviewed by all county reviewing agencies as well as VDOT. Their comments can be found in your staff memo, and their issues and concerns are addressed in the proposed conditions. There are Feeling a little lightheaded. There are 22 proposed conditions in the PC resolution, PC04. Please refer to the revised suggested motions and conditions that were placed at your seats when taking action this evening. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Robinson and Mr. Kavanaugh. Make sure this is working. Okay, there we go, Jesse.
Good evening. Hey, thanks for your time today. I really appreciate you listening. I'm Jessie Robinson, the project developer for this project with Borrego, and here with me is Andrew Kavanaugh, our civil engineer, and I'm representing Weir Creek LLC, or John Kinney, the landowner of this property. So I just wanted to start with some information on Borrego. We are a family-founded company that was formed in the 1980s and have developed over 900 megawatts of solar across the country in states including California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, and now Virginia. And Virginia, in April of 2020, passed the Virginia Clean Economy Act, and this calls for Dominion Energy to acquire over 1,000 megawatts of smaller projects, 3 megawatts or less, by the year 2035. And so this project would be a part of this mandate from the state. And I just wanted to give a breakdown of the different types of solar projects that exist, because there are different categories and characteristics of each. I believe the county has seen a utility scale project, the correctional solar project. That is one type of solar. There's also community solar, smaller projects where people can subscribe to the project. And then there's, for example, the Dominion RFP project, sort of what I was mentioning with the Virginia Clean Economy Act, 3 megawatts or less. This project falls into that category as a type of solar project. And I just wanted to give a idea of what distributed generation solar, which is our project, how that looks like and compares to utility scale projects. So for distribution, like I said, in Virginia, we're capped for Dominion projects at 3 megawatts, or if it's a community solar project at 5 megawatts. So they're no larger than 5. And that tends to mean the system is around 15 to 40 acres, not much more than that. It must be in Dominion's territory, and we interconnect to the distribution lines. So the icon to the left gives an idea of what that looks like. You tend to see them along roads and streets. And you don't need a substation specifically for this project, and it tends to be on one parcel. And then compared to utility scale, it's usually much larger than 5 megawatts. Many more acres. I listed 40 to start, but I think the correctional solar project's closer to 250 acres. So much larger scale. It interconnects to the transmission lines, which you can see on the left, just the larger types of power lines that run for longer distances. And they usually tend to need their own substation on site and are on multiple parcels. Okay. And this is the location of the Polish Town Road project. It's by the Henrico County Regional Jail. And like Kelly mentioned, the access road would be off of Polish Town Road. And as you can see, there are very few to no residences surrounding this parcel. To the north are the county trails. And then 0.8 miles away is the correctional substation, which I've outlined on the picture as well. And a lot goes into choosing where a solar project is located, and I just kind of wanted to give an idea of why we chose this parcel. And for one reason, it's sort of, as I was mentioning with the location, it's next to the county prison, Henrico County Prison, and trails to the north. I try to choose parcels that are not surrounded by homes where it can be very visible to people, or visible from the road, which this is far set back from Route 33. We also won't be impacting wetlands or floodplains for this site. We're able to avoid all of that. And of course, it takes an interested landowner in choosing a parcel. And there aren't always someone who's interested. There aren't always a parcel that meets all of these requirements. So it kind of takes stars aligning to find a parcel that does work. And then, of course, it needs to have access to the distribution lines I mentioned and a substation with capacity for that project. So I'll turn it over to Andy. He's going to add some other points. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. And thank you, commissioners. Be a quick presentation. Okay. Before we delve a little bit deeper into the site suitability aspects of this project, I just wanted to touch on a few of the more notable driving factors behind this project, some of the notable strategies that are also found within New Kent County's comprehensive plan. So some of these strategies include marketing Route 33 corridor as an emerging green industry. Comp plan refers to green public utilities as industry. So there's no inconsistency with our project between the industrial designation and a solar facility. Additionally, county wants to provide flexible zoning techniques to attract clean industries. And what that means for this is that the property is already appropriately zoned for clean industries, which the county wants to encourage, of course. Another strategy discussed is encouraging clean industry and ancillary uses along the 33 corridor. Clearly, there's been a strategy established to encourage clean industry along that corridor. Solar facility within this, along 33 corridor is consistent with the county's economic and land use goals and strategies. Borrego anticipates this project to be a catalyst for creating and establishing an epicenter for clean energy and clean industry within New Kent County. Additionally, we're looking at reducing the amount of impurities, runoff, chemical infiltration. So with a solar facility, we see minimal to none of that. The only thing is with this project, where it's seated and where it's zoned, this would be taking place of an industrial project, where we would see a vast increase in contaminants. These are just two samples of some of the projects Borrego has completed to date. On the left, you'll see a tracker system in Illinois, and then finally on the right, you will see a fixed tilt system in upstate New York. Moving on to the layout plan. This is as stated previously, this is a 3 megawatt fixed tilt system with a east to west orientation, comprised of about 6,800 panels and PV modules. This development is planned to be on site for 35 to 40 years. We will be adhering and have adhered to the county's 50-foot setbacks. Additionally, this site is well seated within the landscape at a very minimum of 1,625 linear feet from Eltham Road, while maintaining a 700-foot wide existing vegetative buffer, and that's at its tightest point. We will also be upholding a 100-foot existing vegetative buffer and supplementing where necessary between the Henrico County Regional Jail and the site. Another notable point about this plan is that on this site, the topography sees grades in upwards of 20%. The county has advised in their comprehensive plan that they would like to steer clear of development on slopes of 15% or higher. And with that being said, our fixed tilt racking tolerances can hold upwards of 30%, so it is well suited for this site. Moving on, we have a couple of conceptual layout plans, just 3D renderings for you. On the left, you'll see the entrance to the site and 2 BMPs, and then a few aerial views of the site as well. On the right, you'll see it pointing towards Eltham Road 33. On the left, you will see an initial rendering of our vegetative screening plan to screen the site from Polish Town Road. And then additionally, you'll see it from the Wahani trails towards the penitentiary. And then this is just a lateral landscape view, and as well as a planimetric bird's eye view of the site, of course. Getting back into site suitability, I spoke about the distances from Eltham Road and how much mature vegetative screening still remains. Within that area is 4 acres that we know of as a minimum from our site review and wetland delineation of resource protection area. So we will not be impacting any RPAs, wetlands, or floodplains. As it currently stands, the site has 60 acres of corridor frontage to be developed. There is a pad-ready site on there, and as we all know, shovel-ready sites are usually prioritized first. And just to give an example of some of the amenities that could fit on that site, the Home Depot and Greentop development on the Lake Ridge Parkway in Ashland, as well as the Owens Minor and Amazon Distribution Center, also along Lake Ridge Parkway in Ashland. Another notable point is utilities and access are currently only available at the corridor frontage of this site where the pad-ready site is. Solar development requires no additional construction of utilities and no additional access that needs to be upgraded. On the other hand, industrial development would require utility extensions from the Weir Creek lot and VDOT road improvements along Polishtown Road, or an extension from the Weir Creek Commerce Park. I previously mentioned no disturbance to RPAs or wetlands, and no grading as well. So that means that this site conforms to the landscape, and we are not conforming the landscape to fit our site. With that being said, we'll address the elephant in the room. There will be tree clearing on this site. However, 25 acres of trees, which is our site footprint, handles about 345 tons of carbon, but what it's replaced with 3 megawatts of solar facility and PV panels, can handle the reduction of 94,500 tons of carbon. We're also exploring the option of hand felling trees on the outside of our fence line as to not degrade the ecological system, providing felled trees for an additional environment, and to reduce the wildlife displacement. Borrego has recently been made aware of a county concern from its residents that wildlife displacement could be an issue. However, whether it be solar or commercial or industrial on this site, that will be a factor regardless of what development. Stormwater management is another prime topic for this. We'll be diverting water flow away from the Wairani Park and Trail. And as I mentioned earlier, we will have no additional impervious and or surface runoff with groundwater contaminants as well. Minimal traffic influx was stated earlier by Kelly. Our research has shown, and through VDOT studies, this will be about two vehicles, ADT, or average daily traffic, which equates to one single family household. The county has stated that there were issues with some of the larger scale utility projects where EMI and EFI interference has become an issue. We can confidently say that the equipment that's used on site complies with all FCC regulations, and that the current used on site is much lower than any cell phone provider for interruption. And that is solely based off the scale of the project as well. Another talking point and highlight for this is we see this project as an industrial development placeholder. And what that means is this provides the county with additional tax revenue, economic benefits in the interim while the economic opportunity industrial area develops. As stated earlier, shovel-ready sites are largely prevalent and the main focus for developers. So what this does is while commercial and industrial development is growing within the county, this is going to preserve the land for future development. The site becomes more attractive post-decommissioning, and with that, what I mean by that is the site is going to be cleared and grubbed, so it will be shovel-ready, ready for grading for the next person. It'll be a pre-shovel-ready site, so to speak. Stormwater will already be designed and accounted for. Calculations will be there to back that up as well. And finally, we'll be encouraging clean industry and uses along the 33 corridor. Solar development largely appealing to big tech and industry leaders. That's become very prevalent within the industry and across the nation. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft are all looking for areas to grow and develop that are supported by clean energy. Finally, the decommissioning plan, just to answer any and all questions about this, will be removing above and below ground equipment. That's all of it. It's all coming out. We'll backfill the stormwater features if required, or if the next developer wants to leave them in place to build on top of, we can do that as well. All concrete and gravel will be removed from the site, and proposed vegetative screening will remain. And finally, temporary or permanent seeding will be dispersed throughout the site pending its next use. And in closing, one last thing I wanted to touch on was with the zoning ordinance Article 17 regarding the industrial district. I'm going to touch on the intent. The industrial district is intended to provide opportunities where industry can thrive while maintaining a sensitive balance of aesthetic appeal and environmental protection. With this proposed solar facility, it will allow the parcel to be used both for green industry and traditional industry, thus developing the parcel in a way that best achieves the county's intent to protect the environment, consistent with the goals, objectives, and strategies of the county's comprehensive plan. And on that, I will turn it back over to Jesse. Oh, I forgot. I will not turn it back over to Jesse. So one last thing, just to kind of discuss the current climate of industrial use within New Kent. Let's focus on industrial, commercial within the I-64 corridor. That is the main driving factor for commercial and industrial at this point. We've seen that with the New Kent City Center, which master plan was in 2016, shovel-ready sites, slated as shovel-ready sites with 400 acres for industrial and, industrial and economic development with 1,200 remaining acres for industrial development. It's taken 6 years to get the first project on site, which is AutoZone. Anticipate another 2 years for construction and planning. So there's obviously going to be at least 3 more shovel-ready sites left to develop on 64, which is going to be the most appealing corridor for industrial development. It's going to expand to secondary areas past 64 once this is filled, just on our studies alone. Route 30, it will extend down Route 33 from 64 once that interstate corridor is developed. And that leads to the project expansion and the differentiation between 64 and 33 and its appeal to the mass industries for larger footprint sites as well. And I will turn it over to Jesse now.
Thanks, Andy. Just a few more slides, and then we'll turn it back over to y'all. Okay. I just wanted to mention to you all that the landowner, John Kinney, is still very interested in using his parcel for industrial use. He's been trying for about 8 years now without success to develop the property for industrial, seeking out developers, and he has invested his own funds as well to help prep the parcel for industrial. The western portion of the site, he invested his funds with the building pad, clearing land, and prepping the access road off of Route 33 so it's more desirable for industrial use. Currently, Dominion Energy leases that portion of the parcel to store some energy equipment. And then we're also using sort of the least desirable portion of the industrial site at the moment. It's, as Andy mentioned, that points up to 20% slope that we will not be grading, but are able to use for solar. And in the future could be used for industrial that we're sort of hoping to prep by tree clearing for that development. And per VDOT, they did mention that Polishtown Road is not suitable for long-term access with heavy trucks. So there would be additional updates, improvements to the road that would be needed if an industrial development chose to go on this portion of the parcel, or they'd have to expand the access road off of Route 33. And then again, this solar development would not preclude industrial development on the parcel now or in the future. There's still about 120 acres remaining on site. Oh, I got it. Thank you. And I just wanted to mention that the correctional substation that this project is on, this Polish Town Road project would bring the substation to capacity. And so it'd be max capacity, and if another developer wanted to go on that substation, they would have to pay for some very high upgrades to be able to fit another project. They tend to be too economical, too high for the project to work economically. It's kind of a multi-million-dollar upgrade, so it's highly unlikely that another project would be going on this substation. If there is a concern, it's unlikely more solar projects will be able to go in this area of the county. There are 2 other substations that I've shown on this map, and they're more in the very southern portion of the county. And as Kelly mentioned, we have had some community outreach for this project. We held a virtual community meeting in November for the adjacent property owners, those who have property that directly touches our parcel. I see there are some other community members here that I've not had the chance to talk to, and I'd be open to holding another meeting or meeting with these community members before y'all decided to vote on the project. And I've heard this a lot from people in the past, no one specifically for this project yet, but we have done a number of studies on our solar projects across the states as to whether it impacts property value. This is an excerpt from a study we did with an accounting firm, Cohn Resnick, and they found what they did is they compared homes before a solar project was built and after. You can see they're numbered, they're directly adjacent to the solar farm, and they compared that to homes slightly farther down the street, and there was no impact in the sales price of the projects, of the houses before the project was built or after. And final slide, I just wanted to mention some benefits of small-scale solar projects. One is that the county will receive greater revenue in taxes from the project. We do receive greater assessments on the solar itself, which we would be contributing to the county. And then I've also offered a voluntary payment to the county that would be a condition on our project, and that can go towards a project of the county's choosing, whatever y'all want to do with it. So that'd be another benefit of this project. There's also very limited noise or traffic that would come from this project. It's a quiet neighbor. It helps diversify the local economy without burdening the infrastructure. It will lead to 2 to 4 long-term jobs, mostly for maintenance of the project or electrical work on site. And it helps improve the reliability of the interconnection grid, which benefits those along the circuit, homeowners, businesses. We will need to make upgrades to the distribution line to interconnect our project, and that helps limit the likelihood of brownouts or blackouts on that circuit. So that's everything. Oh, I just wanted to mention that if the county feels like you need more time to make a decision, or you'd like to see us incorporate some of your feedback into our project before we come back to you, before you vote, we are open to coming back in April if you feel like you need more time before making a decision. So just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, do the commissioners have any clarifying questions before we open the citizens' comment period?
I have some questions. Thank you for the presentation. On the site plan that you had included, Polish Town Road, there's a 3-phase distribution circuit that runs right adjacent to Polish Town Road, and your site you want to develop is just on the other side of that. So the vegetative buffer that you're going to install obviously can't be under those power lines. So I presume that 50-foot buffer is from the inside of the power lines?
That's correct.
Okay. So it would be the road, then the existing power lines, then 50-foot of buffer, then the 7-foot chain link fence that you'd put up?
That's correct. We're still trying to iron out all the details with that prior to getting the site plan design phase. But the anticipation is the roadway, the existing vegetative buffer, the power lines, whatever's remaining between the road and the power lines, and then on the other side of that, supplementary buffer as well.
Clarification, please.
Sure.
So the width of the buffer does not include those power lines, correct or incorrect?
That's correct.
I have a question, Madam Chairman. In your presentation, I noticed that you use several big businesses within your presentation. Can you tell us if you have successfully partnered with any of those big businesses that you included in your presentation?
I'm going to turn that one over to Jesse.
Yeah, that's a great question. For what we're doing, distributed generation, it's not really the scale that Amazon would want to do, or Facebook, or they're looking more at the utility scale side, so they can have sort of meet their net energy zero carbon goals. So utility scale just helps them meet that. I know we have an EPC arm, and I think they've helped build those projects, but we ourselves haven't developed with them. But I think just by knowing a county's open to having those projects permitted, they are more interested in coming so they can develop those projects together.
Okay, I have one more question for you. You also mentioned in your presentation tax revenue, but when I look through the presentation, I'm not really seeing what the numbers will be, what the benefit for this type of project will be, because this project will be, the material will be on this land for 30 to 40 years. None of us will probably be here at that time.
Yeah.
So my question is, I don't see any, did I overlook it? I'm not seeing what the actual revenue will be for the county for 30 or 40 years.
Sure.
What's the benefit?
Yeah, so one of the conditions is a voluntary payment I mentioned, and that is a one-time $50,000 payment that'll go to the county. That's equivalent to $1,400 per megawatt. Over 20 years, it's just the net present value of that as a one-time $50,000 payment that the county would receive. In terms of taxes, I reached out to the Commissioner of Revenue, and it appears the county doesn't have a set assessment value yet for solar. It sounded like they're going to come back to that in a few months. But from what I've seen from other counties, they tend to assess a project at $10,000 per acre.
Okay, so $50,000 spread out.
Oh, just a one-time at building permit, y'all would receive that payment.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some questions on the decommissioning. You had provided some numbers in the booklet that you had provided to us, and I'm concerned. I want to know who your contractor is, because some of the prices just seem really low to me, and an additional concern is if this is today's dollars, but stuff's being removed in 30 or 40 years, and labor and everything else has gone up, and material. Is there a multiplier in here for inflation or anything like that? Because it looks like to tear the whole thing apart at decommissioning is $84,200, and that seems kind of low to me, to remove all this equipment and pull everything out of the ground and stuff. So that's a concern.
Mr. La Rochelle, let me also agree with that statement. It seemed to me very low also. I'm not sure what the total value of the project is, but I like a little more, not comprehensive, but a little more explanation on those decommissioning dollars, and to ensure those decommissioning dollars are inflated, or increase in value with the years to come.
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. So right now, what our decommissioning estimate sits at is present day value and industry standard rates. We've been conditioned previously in the past to reevaluate these numbers on 5-year increments to make sure that they are up to date with the current with the rates at that time period for decommissioning.
So what about the inflation? The number that you said today, even if it's valid today, is likely not going to be valid in 30 years when you want to remove this. And will these funds be adequate then for a complete removal of the project?
Sure. So I'll just, let me re-clarify. So what we've seen in the past is we've been a part of the CUP is there is a condition that we are required to reevaluate these numbers on a 5-year basis, so that these numbers will be adjusted and increased based off of inflation rates throughout the life cycle of the project. You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, are we requiring a surety on this property?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, if I may continue with a few questions. What's the estimated dollar value of the project? A range. I don't need a full down to the cent, just a range.
Yeah, I don't know that offhand, but also just usually not public information I can share. I probably would have to talk to my manager first to share that information.
Okay, we'll let that one go. Has the project secured an interconnection agreement?
We are in the interconnection study with Dominion Energy. We're the Position A project, and we expect to receive our interconnection agreement this summer.
Okay. What would become of the project if you should not secure the interconnection agreement?
It just would never be built, and y'all would never see it.
Are you planning on any expansion?
No. We are capped at 3 megawatts by the Virginia Clean Economy Act. Mm-hmm.
When decommissioning occurs, where do the materials go?
Yep, there's 2 options. The most likely option is that they will be recycled. Panels are recycled now, and we just expect that to be more commonplace in the future, because in 30 to 40 years, there will also be many other solar projects that will be decommissioned. But if that's not an option, it can go to a landfill as well.
I'm not trying to call you out, but on the tabulation, it says trucking to transfer station.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that is standard for our decommissioning bonds. Take the closest transportation, calculate the route, the miles, and the rates based off of that.
Okay. Who provides the unquestionable access to New Kent County for decommissioning and decommissioning inspection if your company should default?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. What entity will provide unquestionable access to the county? I'm presuming this property will be leased. Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to provide that unquestionable access to New Kent County for the decommissioning effort should your company default or become non-existent and the panels are still out there?
Yeah, I could get back to you on that question, but this is we would be the owners of the lease or the project company, Polishtown Solar Road, LLC. So they'd be the contact for that. I imagine, and I can get this answer for you, but we do have a decommissioning bond in place. So they are kind of acting as insurance that if the company isn't around, the project could be decommissioned. So I imagine they'd be your contact.
If we could refer to any graphic regarding the site plan, Mr. Kavanaugh, I noted we have little scale, small drawings, so we don't have full scale drawings.
Sure.
That the site plan indicates that there are some areas that there are trees to be cut, but there's none. There's no stump removal, and then the primary site of the panels, the trees are cut and the stumps are removed.
That's correct.
Okay, but where the trees are cut and no stump removal seems to be the same location as the buffer. At least it appears to be on a site plan. That's why I'm asking you to clarify that on the site plan.
Sure. So the way we establish clearing, grubbing, stumping, and versus just cutting to the stumps,
Yeah.
there is a specific amount of room required per our development engineers, strictly for shade patterns onto the site, where it renders the system at its peak usefulness and peak rates for PV. So anything outside of those stumping areas, the tree clearing, is where the buffer would remain or would be supplemented if it does not meet county standards.
Okay. And then my final question for you, sir, is you mentioned in your presentation that stormwater is accounted for, and it kind of gave me the idea that should the site be decommissioned from producing electrical power and converted to an industrial use, that the stormwater is in place, accounted for that industrial use. I don't think that's what you're implying, though.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Madam Chair. I have one question regarding you said the equipment meets FCC requirements. So with the correctional solar, there was complaints and reports of interference from that. Now, granted, it's a different site and maybe a different technology. I don't know. So when it meets FCC requirements, does that mean there will be no interference or no interference within a certain distance from the site?
I will be 100% honest with you. I cannot say with 100% certainty. However, with recent contact from our inverter distributor, he's willing to send us cut sheets on all the information available, but his exact words were a near 0% tolerance.
Thank you.
And one thing I just wanted to add is that it is a condition to the project that if there's interference suspected from the project, we'll have an EMI study done. And if there's interference confirmed, we have 60 days to correct it. Yeah.
I've got one final question. Is a 6-foot fence standard for your installations? Just seems kind of short to me.
So 6 foot is the minimum, but Virginia Electric Code states 7-foot fence, and that's what we will be installing.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, I will open the citizens' comment portion of the public hearing. Thank you. All right. And just as a reminder, as I call you up, please state your name and address for the record, and we'll have a timer, and so 3 minutes so we can get everybody in that wants to speak. Thank you. All right, first up is Samuel Hyde.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Hyde, and I live at 5550 Laurel Acres Lane in Barhamsville. And I just want to begin by saying that, there's so many problems with solar energy that I don't even know hardly where to begin. And, the bottom line is that it's very expensive. It's one of the most expensive forms of energy, and somebody's paying for it. And whether people want to admit it or not, our government's taking our money from us like they always do, and they're spending money on these projects, and it'd be okay if we were getting something in return, but we're not getting anything in return. And as far as I know, the county's not really benefiting much from these projects either. And so it's just doesn't seem like we're getting much out of it, and it's just expensive. And then all these deals that they're talking about with Dominion, Dominion saying they want all these projects by whatever the year was, 2035 or whatever. Dominion has made it clear that they are going to raise their rates to offset their involvement in these things. They have made it clear that, our rates are going up because of these projects. So I don't see where it's helping us a whole lot. But there's a lot of people that are doing this just because they think they're saving the earth. And that's kind of that's the topic that I want to deal with here this evening. And when the application for the first solar project in New Kent was submitted in early 2016. It was followed by one of those community meetings at the restaurant in Eltham. There's a few people here in this room tonight that was there, and it wasn't much of a meeting. They tried to skirt out on us without really giving any comments or anything about it. They had some posters up, and we had to pretty much demand that they take our questions. And at that meeting, it was hosted by Virginia Solar, which became known as Correctional Solar, and who knows what now. Their names are changing all the time. And so they told us at that meeting that it was going to supply 3,400 homes, that project would supply 3,400 homes. It also says that if you go back in the applications they submitted for the county, it also says the same thing. They promised 3,400 homes. Well, all along they knew, and they were lying when they said that, because they had already been making agreements with Dominion and had already been making agreements with Amazon. That Amazon data center up there in Northern Virginia was going to get all the power from that, and there was no benefit to any of the residents anywhere around. And so when they were given the permit, I believe it was in June of 2016, they already had everything in hand, the paperwork, and it was shortly thereafter everything was signed to go to Amazon. They already had all that laid out. So it was a big lie. And they told us all about this buffer stuff that's been being talked about. They told us all about that.
Please wrap your comments up.
Yes, ma'am. And they did not do that. They did not give us the state park look that they promised. And I had a 2.5-acre pond next door that was destroyed and has yet to be fixed. And I've taken it to Dominion, to Strata Solar, to the Department of Environmental Quality. I've taken it to this Board of Supervisors, and nobody has offered to help. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Isaac Hyde.
My name is Isaac Hyde. I live over at 5750 Laurel Acres Lane, which is off of Polish Town Road. We are not here, the Hyde family is not here to promote clean energy projects along the Route 33 corridor, because we had enough over on the Route 30 corridor. I have in my hand a letter that details, it was sent to Correctional Solar back in September of 2019. And it was held on to the lawyer for months, and during which time the inspection was given to Correctional Solar. So the letter sat on the lawyer's desk and was never forwarded like it was supposed to be. In this letter that was sent to them, it details how the Army Corps of Engineers and the county here were in favor of our reconstruction of our pond on our property, which was destroyed as mentioned. All right, so the county had no problem. The landowner of the adjacent property had no problem with us restoring the pond. And it was actually grandfathered in as a restoration of an existing historical mill pond. There's details about how our family spent our own money and time restoring the pond. There's details of the construction of the spillway. Since the completion, there's records of the weather dating back to 2012 since the completion of the pond that details how well our spillway handled all of the rainfall for all of those years and how there were no problems until after the solar project next to us and the diversion of all the water and the runoff that was done and caused there. We can also prove how they changed the runoff and the volume of the water. No trees were planted for a buffer. The buffer that was left was very pitiful and still remains pitiful. Again, they knew that their power was going to be, that would generate it would be going up to Amazon. The county residents have felt no benefits. So we have plenty of pictures to document all these things that can be shown and a timeline of all these events that can prove all these things. To this day, no one has offered any help to fix the problem or to restore what we lost with our historical pond. or mill pond. I would like to just ask, what good is what I'm offering you? What good is it if I have to pay you to take it, to accept it? I wouldn't pay $50,000 to you for something if I didn't expect it to be worth much more to me someday.
Thank you. Next up is Caleb Hyde.
Yes, my name is Caleb Hyde, and I live at 16420 New Kent Highway. As we've already stated, yes, we are here representing the Hyde family and the Hyde family's land, and not just us, but the rest of New Kent County in these proposals and future proposals of solar panel fields. We are very much against this form of clean energy. As already stated, they changed the runoff. The pond was washed out because of that. Retention ponds that were promised would be built were actually filled in for some reason or another, unbeknownst to us. And as we continue on with this, there was questions about wildlife impact. Wildlife was very much so impacted by this. This energy, this form of energy is, as already has been stated, is not giving us enough back. And to continue on with what has already been said and stated, Mr. Bennett, I can answer your question. Who is going to have to deal with this stuff in 35 or 40 years? It's us. It's me and my brother and our children. That's who's going to have to deal with this mess. And that's what it's going to be, a mess in 35 or 40 years. I think enough has been said about this. Oh, and by the way, they stated that it's a quiet neighbor. No, it's not either. It's not a quiet neighbor. As a matter of fact, there's constant alarms going off every time something goes wrong. And my dad can stand on his front porch and attest to that. Property value will not be as it was in 35 to 40 years. I think enough has been said, and I reside the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up, I've got Sandy Gauthier.
I'm Sandy Gauthier. I live at 19665 High Bluff Lane, Barhamsville. We own a farm on Farmers Drive, which abuts to the current solar farm. So I have a little experience there. I want to tell the commission how pleased I am at the questions I'm hearing you asking the presenters. This did not happen in 2016. That application was rushed through the system in about 32 days from being submitted to being approved. I'm also very, very happy to hear there's an ordinance that's in the works. As you all know, there are counties that are being sued right now because they have turned down solar farms, solar parks, whatever you call them. It's not really a farm. But counties are being sued because they don't have ordinances in place and they cannot point to anything to explain why they're making a decision either to support or deny an application. There's a University of Virginia Environmental Resilience Institute that said it's not unusual for local officials to be concerned about the ever-increasing number of developers seeking to build solar farms on Virginia's rural properties. And the folks that run that say that they strongly suggest that counties have a solar energy-specific ordinance in black and white before they address solar property. So again, I am so thrilled. at the questions I've heard tonight from the commissioners, and we're concerned citizens, and we want to make sure that those lessons that we did not learn on the first application are applied here on this second one. Thank you.
Thank you. That is everyone that had signed up for Borrego Solar. So at this time, I will close the citizens' comment portion of the public hearing, and I will close the public hearing for application CUP-01-22 Borrego Solar, and turn it back over to you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Any discussion, comments from the commissioners?
Since we're in the process of creating an ordinance like this, wouldn't it be wise to table this until we had that in place? Can we do that?
We can.
You do have a timeline on within which to act on submissions to you, but they've indicated they're willing to wait by agreement until the next meeting. So by agreement, you can wait till the next meeting. You can certainly table it tonight if you want to. You just can't do it indefinitely. Yes, you can table the decision for tonight. The applicant has indicated that they are willing to come back next month. You do have a timeline, 90 days, I believe it is, from the submittal to the planning department to make a decision on the application. But by agreement, you can extend that. So since they've agreed, you do not have to make a decision tonight. You can table it till your next meeting if that's the pleasure of the commission.
But wouldn't it take longer to get the ordinance in place than that?
It probably would take longer to get the ordinance in place. The ordinance, as I understand it, the ordinance, the conditions that are placed in the use permit now, I defer to the planning staff, but those are based on the contemplated and proposed changes to the ordinance. So essentially, you're doing that through the conditions. But I would defer to the planning staff on that.
Legally, wouldn't it make more sense to have it in place, though, before?
So Kelly, what do you think the timeline would be for that? It'd come up, the ordinance would come up next in the April meeting.
Right, but then
And then we would approve or disapprove, whatever, but then it would go to the board at their
main meeting.
Their main meeting, that would be in May.
To be fully adopted into the code, correct?
Okay. And at that time, you would have then, would they have to reapply with the 30 days?
Not if we can agree to a timeline with the applicant. They don't need to reapply. They could propose any changes that they would want to make.
Right, right. So.
And we'd have to re-advertise maybe and have another public hearing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's 30 days, then we wouldn't be talking the July meeting.
Possibly.
And then it would be the August meeting.
For the board.
For the board. Now, are they willing to wait that long?
Madam Chairman? Okay.
Yes, Thomas.
Right now, the conditions will take care of the legal issues, the legal portion of it. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that correct? As long as the conditions are in there, that will take care of the legal side of, say, for instance, us being sued. So if we don't want to wait and we know what our vote is, we can actually vote tonight, get it done, and not wait and not have to worry about being sued because there wasn't an ordinance in place.
Brendan, could you address that? That word scares me.
The answer to can you vote tonight is yes, you can. The answer is do you have to vote tonight? And the answer to that is no. You can table this and vote at your next meeting if you prefer. I don't think you will be sued if you vote tonight or you table it till the next meeting. I think you're well within your rights to do either of those. Your role tonight and what's before you is a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on whether they should approve this or not, and to determine whether the general location and approximate location is in substantial conformance with the comp plan. So tonight you could take a motion that says if you're prepared to act on it, somebody could make a motion that to either recommend approval or either recommend disapproval to the Board of Supervisors. If you don't want to do that tonight, you may table it. Someone would have to make that motion, and if that passes, it would come back again at the April meeting. I will say, in terms of the ordinance, we don't have the ordinance, but I would defer to the planning staff. The question is whether the conditions that are in there would cover the new laws, the new ordinance changes that would go into effect. I think that my understanding is that was the intent. In other words, the new regulations are going to cover setbacks, decommissionings, buffer zone requirements. Those types of things are included as conditions on this use permit, and they're part of this as a condition. So those things are going to be a part of the ordinance going forward. So I'll offer that for what it's worth.
Right.
Mr. Hefty?
Yes, sir.
If the applicant chooses to defer action tonight, is there any time clock that starts? Could they basically defer action for a period of time from 30 days to 120 days, basically?
By agreement, they can defer it until they're ready to come forward again, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know how
Would
long
that
they're
require a
willing
new public hearing?
It would require a new public hearing if the conditions substantially changed. I'd have to review that, but if we're just coming back to reconsider the same thing without any change, then we would not have to do a new public hearing.
If I have a question, Kelly. If it was ever deferred, we would not, even in 30 days, be able to get this new ordinance finished and completed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It has to go through public hearing, just like everything else.
It's gonna be this summer before the ordinance is in place.
That's my guess. In a perfect world, if y'all approve it in April, goes to the board in May, it gets adopted that night.
Mm-hmm.
But the board hasn't really had a chance to review it yet.
And that would be the earliest
right.
Possible opportunity.
Right.
Can I comment? One of the things our lawyer always reminds us what our roles is here at Planning Commission.
Right.
We think it should be whether this is a suitable land for this type of thing, that we recommend it to the persons that would eventually get sued. It is whether our recommendation is. Am I correct? Okay, I've got confirmation on that. So if we feel that, and we've looked at these ordinances a little while now,
yes.
If we would feel that they're in the 22 conditions have met those ordinances, I'm not quite sure why we as in government have to kick it down the road more. Is that, Ms. Thomas, is that basically what You were thinking about, okay, yeah.
Madam Chair. And Kelly, I'm just confirming, so the conditions that are outlined in the CUP, and without having the benefit of reviewing what's come back to us, and are they mirroring
Very
this?
sufficient, yes, they mirror the performance standards. Not exactly, given the size of this one, and we have to be flexible, which is why we're also going to keep solar projects as a conditional use permit, so we can make adjustments as needed based on size and impacts and stuff like that.
Madam Chairwoman, can we afford the applicant a chance to respond to any of the public comments to see if there's any way to mitigate any of that?
They're not supposed to actually address the public. Well, actually, the applicant
They can respond.
can respond, can come to the podium again and respond.
Right.
You can. It's up to the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
Is there anything? Let me say something first. Now, I'm understanding of the situation and the permitting of the correctional solar facility, and obviously it sounds like it's a bit of a mess. But the fact of the matter is that this site is far smaller. And it is not a utility scale project, which it is, I think, caused a lot of the problems. It's also on an industrial site as opposed to anywhere close to a residential property, and that in my mind carries a good bit of weight. We don't want to see impacts to the residents, and this project, I don't think there would be impacts to the residents. Now, as far as taxes and the like, we're not going to get the same kind of tax revenue as opposed to a heavy industrial facility. But you look like you want to say something.
I do, Madam Chairman. Had this been any other case come before us tonight and our ordinances were not updated, they would still proceed forward. I don't think it's probably a fair thing to say because our procedures are saying this is brought to us tonight. We didn't update the ordinance. That's our problem, not their problem, and I don't think they should suffer from that. However, I do feel that under reading the written conditions, that it is a pretty close call. It's pretty close as to what's being presented in the ordinances.
I do agree with you. The one thing I know, and the commissioners can think about this, in condition 21, talking about decommissioning, I know you mentioned that there's normally a 5-year review period on the bond amount. I would like to see that in here because it is not currently in here. Correct, Miss? It is. Wait a minute. Did I miss it?
Mr. Chairman, I think too.
Okay. Sorry. Never mind.
We had same questions as to when we put up the the cell towers, as to what's going to happen to them if the business sort of disappeared on us. And again, I think that's where the surety came up, that this would be to ensure it's like an insurance policy. If they disappear, they've already put a bond up, and they will not get the money back if they fail to do what's required of them.
Madam Chair, if I may. Kelly, if I may call upon you for a second. I brought up a lot of questions regarding the decommissioning and the price of the decommission and things of that nature. I'm still not comfortable with it, but is that something that between you and the applicant at the time that the plan is approved or finalized, things of that nature, that an adequate value for the decommissioning is established for that site and all the bases are covered?
Right.
So long that we know that a decommissioning plan and values are there, in quotes, then I have less of a concern with it. But if we're presented with a fixed number, I just cannot agree to that fixed number.
Right. No, I agree. When the site plan comes in, we'll work with them on the amounts to be prepared by a third-party engineer or whoever prepares these estimates. And we'll have it verified by one of our on-call people who are experts in this kind of thing. So you can rest at ease that we'll make sure it's adequate.
One other question I had is, I don't think it's proper for this commission to establish a conditional use permit that does not have a satellite or a sunset date on it. So I would like to see that a condition may be modified so that if they do not acquire the interconnection agreement within a substantial period, adequate period of time, that maybe you can agree with the applicant that this CUP is dissolved.
So if you look at condition 22, would you want to amend that proposed language?
Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the applicant one question. Do you think that interconnection agreement can be secured within 3 years? Okay. That would be fine. Thank you.
Could you turn your mic on? Thank you.
So I apologize.
That's okay.
I know that there's a solar farm going down. My
New
mind
Kent
just
Highway,
went
that's,
blank. I know
that's
exactly
the one
where it is.
they were
Yes.
talking about, right.
Where are the others? Do we have any other approved solar farms at this point?
No.
So right now, what I'm hearing is all of the solar farms, most of them anyway, are being produced or being recommended. Well, not recommended. The projects are coming up in District 3. I know that I attended a community event. It was last year. That was for District 3.
The one off Olivet Church Road?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, we have one already in District 3, and now they are introducing one as well. And my concern, everyone is sharing what their concerns are, or what their pros are, is representing District 3. We are more than solar panels and correctional facilities.
Right.
So we want to see more than just these type of projects come our way. So anyway, that's my.
I appreciate the comments. Just to be clear, this one is actually in District 5, but it's very close to the line.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Very, very close on that line.
Right.
I know we're very close on that line.
And another thing I have to say too is we can't control what applications come to us. So one that's coming before you probably next month is actually in District 1 for another solar project. So they're random.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, commissioners.
Madam Chairwoman?
Any other comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or Does anyone have a motion?
I do. In the order to address, protect, and promote public convenience, necessity, general welfare, and a good zoning practices in the county, I move to adopt resolution number PC 0422 to forward an application CUP 0122 to the New Kent Board of Supervisors with a favorable recommendation. I further move that the Planning Commission finds this project to be in substantial accordance with the comprehensive plan. Also, to add any provisions another commissioner would want to those conditions we've already talked about. I'll leave that open, that part. We've talked about the 5 years,
Yeah,
which is okay. Is there anything else? But okay, I'll restate that then. Well, you're going to see what it looks like. In order to address, should I do it again?
Yes.
Okay.
Just change the last part.
Okay, I will. In order to address, protect, and promote public convenience, necessity, general welfare, and good zoning practices in the county, I move to adopt resolution number PC 0422 to forward application CUP 0122 to the New Kent County Board of Supervisors with a favorable recommendation. I further move that the Planning Commission finds this project to be in the substantial accord with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Are there any, Moyer, excuse me, sorry. It's been a long day. Are there any further addendums, comments to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, to forward a favorable recommendation of application CUP-0122 with Planning Commission being in substantial accord with the Planning Commission to forward a favorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. How say you, Ms. Thomas?
No.
Mr. Tiller?
Abstain.
Mr. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Butler?
Aye.
Mr. Moyer?
Aye.
Ms. Townsend?
Aye.
Mr. La Rochelle?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Pearson?
Aye.
And Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Madam Chairman, you do, the motion carries.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we want to take a break? Okay. No. The last public hearing of the evening, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Butler.
Thank you. At this time, I will open the public hearing for application CUP-02-22, Faith Recovery Treatment Facility.
All right, thank y'all. We'll give a brief presentation again for this one, and then invite Reverend Hall up to give a presentation as well. Reverend Travis Hall, representing Youth Challenge of Hampton Roads and Faith Recovery, has applied for a CUP to use an existing camp with a conference center and other facilities for a faith-based recovery ministry. The property is located at 3700 Ropers Church Road and is the site where the Mckimmie Woods Camp and Conference Center was operating. The parcel is approximately 275 acres in size, zoned C1 conservation, and is adjacent to the Diaskin Reservoir, I-64, and several parcels zoned A1 agricultural. Section 9861 of the zoning ordinance allows for property owners to apply for a CUP for uses that are not permitted under section 9862, the table of land uses. therefore initiating the CUP process. The application was reviewed by all county reviewing agencies as well as VDOT and Health Department. Staff worked with the agencies in drafting the conditions in the resolution before you this evening. There are 10 suggested conditions listed in Resolution PC-05-22 for your review and consideration. I'll turn this over to Reverend Hall. Well, let's find the mouse. I think either would work, actually, but there it is. See it? Okay.
I'll just go into the arrow. I did see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, just want to say thank you for considering our proposal to relocate our program to the Mckimmie Woods campground. I'd also like to thank the county staff. Kelly and her team has been very helpful in assisting us through this conditional use process. We're excited actually about the prospect of being able to relocate to New Kent County. The property offers some opportunities for us as a program to have a better environment for those we serve, as well as to expand our reach into New Kent County where there doesn't seem to be any programs at all. I did make a presentation back in December, which I'm sure you all remember, so I won't get as deep into it as I did back then, but just kind of as a review. This is our mission statement. We were founded in 1979. We've been serving Hampton Roads for over 42 years. Just to clear up some confusion about the name, we were founded as Youth Challenge back in 1979. When I took over in 2015, we were looking at some things that we felt would be better, bring better messaging to who we actually are, because we're an adult program. So in 2020, we began the rebranding process and filed a DBA with the SCC. And so we're corporately Youth Challenge, doing business as Faith Recovery, but we use the name Faith Recovery. And I can't find my mouse on the white. Oh, there it is. There it is. We are a 12-month residential program. And just as a reminder, this kind of lays out how our program operates. It's a 3-phase program. Our curriculum is based on faith values, and where there's recovery and biblical classes. There's also individual and group counseling. There's a daily structure and routine, recreation. There's 12-step meetings and church attendance. That's all part of our program. The individual and group counseling, there's a professional component to that. We have a LPC that is in residency on staff who is under supervision with LPC at Genesis Counseling until he completes his hours and is fully licensed. But there is a license component going on in our program. Right now, phase 2 is where they get an opportunity to kind of practice. You can't really learn character development. You have to have time to take what you've learned and apply it to your daily lives. So this is the part of the program where they practice those principles in real-world scenarios. There's a vocational component, which I discussed last time with some of our micro-enterprises. They establish a strong work ethic, their workplace relation skills. There's a personal study curriculum that they have to do. The counseling continues in the afternoons in that phase, and also 12-step and church attendance. Phase 3, which is the final part of the program, is transition. Currently, we run all of that out of our current facility. If we were to move to Mckimmie Woods, obviously there would be some challenges for those in transition as far as employment and transportation. So we've already been in discussions with other agencies to collaborate with them that have transitional housing, where those who would say are from another area that are going to have a job somewhere outside of the county when they relocate back home could operate out of a transitional facility there closer to where they need to be, and we would follow up through them in an outpatient type basis through Zoom meetings or in-person counseling. We have begun the process to have our program licensed through Virginia DBHDS, which is the Department of Behavioral Health and Development. And so basically that's not going to change anything about our program and what we do, but what it does do, it gives us an opportunity to continue to provide that professional component using evidence-based approaches to recovery, as well as give us the, and then we would be able to build insurance, which would allow us to be able to help more people who couldn't really necessarily afford a self-pay program, and also help our sustainability. But the big thing is we want to help more people and help them in their transition. Those that are in our program, you know, it's a year-long program. It's it's fully residential, so we're housing them, we're feeding them, we take care of them. They are provided transportation to medical appointments if they have any medical needs outside of our program that we can't meet, and obviously the counseling. And they also, while they are operating in our vocational components, our enterprises, those monies raised help offset their actual program costs and their lodging, but they are also given 600 community service hours for their work. They do about probably 20 hours a week, about as what they would do in community service hours, and those hours are often applied to those who have court fines and costs as you know, from past choices if they have any legal issues. So it kind of gives them an opportunity to kind of get a jump start, get those things paid and behind them so they can get a kind of more of a fresh lease on life. Those who complete our program have 12 months or more continuous sobriety. They're employed. They've found a stable work environment to live in, and they've established a support network outside of the program. So they have a strong foundation to move on in their life and to build upon. There have been some questions that I've heard about the qualifications of our staff and whether or not we're qualified to actually run a program like this. So I just kind of wanted to touch on our men's program leadership. As you will see, with the exception of Mr. Philippou in the corner, who is our reentry mentor, who was a volunteer for 30 years, a wonderful person, retired from the shipyard. The rest of our staff is degreed. Two of us have master's degrees. We have an LPC in residency, certified substance abuse counselors, myself and Mr. Yeomans are certified substance abuse counselors with the state of Virginia. And so we are qualified, we know what we're doing. And above and beyond these qualifications, with the exception of Mr. Philippou, we're all in recovery ourselves. We all have actually come through this program ourselves. We know what it takes to move on from a difficult situation. You're struggling with an addiction issue. What do you do to take responsibility for your own life? How do you make the transition from being where you once were to being a productive member of society? And so we know the tricks, we know the game, and so we are definitely able to continue to do that. And our program has been around for 42 years. Just to touch on this, because I think it's important to remember that addiction touches all of us. And these are just some statistics regarding addiction as far as overdose deaths. Now the leading cause of accidental death in the United States. 1 in 3 households are impacted by someone that has substance use disorder. 1 in 8 children live in a home with an addicted parent. I mean, it's a serious problem in our communities. And the reality is that no community is exempt. There are approximately 22 million people that are struggling with addiction in the United States, of which only about 10% actually get help. Some of that, they're not ready. Some of that is also barriers that include no insurance. They can't afford the treatment. And a big one is program availability. There's just not any beds in programs for them to find the help that they need. This map is a map from crimegrade.org of New Kent County, and it is in no way intended to reflect in a negative way towards the county. It's simply statistics on where the drug issues already are in this county that exists now, where the majority of the drug-related crimes are in New Kent County. And if you will look at where the white arrow is, that's the property where Mckimmie Woods is located. So you can see, based on the need in this community, our program would be strategically placed to help those who are already in this program, already in this community that are struggling with addiction, that could potentially find help with a program that's right here in this community. Why Mckimmie Woods? Again, just briefly, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a peaceful setting. It's more conducive to spiritual and emotional and mental healing. It's much better than a downtown location that we're in now, and located in downtown Newport News. It does give us the ability to expand our reach into the county that seems to be underserved in this regard. There are no recovery programs in the county itself. There are some in surrounding areas of New Kent County, but again, bed availability becomes a major issue. We can also expand our relationships to the faith-based community here in New Kent County as a resource, because many people if they're struggling with an issue, a lot of them will go to church and go to the pastor and ask where they can find help, and we would be able to help in those relationships as well. We're a very family community-oriented program. So this property provides us the opportunity to have more family events. If you incorporate family into the healing process, there's a much greater there's much greater success when the family is involved in the process. Healing addiction affects the entire family. So there is healing that needs to occur within the family. There's a lot of mistrust, a lot of misunderstandings. People don't understand why their loved one just can't stop. So having those family events, building the bridges, and helping people and families come back together is really important. This property would give us a great opportunity to have some of those events. Also, events within the community as well. Our proposed use is not much different than the current use. Lodging, there's already lodges for dormitories, and we will use those as dormitories. There's a lodge that has the kitchen facilities and a dining area and an area downstairs for offices and things. So we're not going in and upsetting anything. We're not going in and making a lot of changes. We do want to make some upgrades to the current facilities. They've been sitting for a couple years, and they need a little bit of love. And in our conversations with the owner, they've had some issues with squatters in the property. So there's some broken windows and some things like that, some fresh paint and some things like that we want to do. And we've really been praying for a location like this. Historically, years ago, we had an area like this that we were able to send our men to for second phase of the program. And it was a collaboration with another program. And when they changed their model, they went to a complete detox clinical program. We had to take our program that was designed to start people in downtown Newport News and move them to a more rural setting that's more conducive to recovery, and then try to do that in our downtown Newport News facility, which we've done the best we can, but the location itself can be problematic in a downtown area. There's a lot of temptation. There's a lot of things that would draw people to leave that they wouldn't have necessarily in a property like this. So this is just an overview map of the property. The property use, again, the site is perfect for what we're doing. The use of our property for lodging and facilities to accommodate our program activities is not much different than the current use when it was a kids camp where people were lodging and doing activities for spiritual growth. Our program will operate out of the main camp area mainly, which is the inset there where the lodges and the main facilities are. Lodging for 40 residents. I think one of the conditions that is recommended to the commission is that we be capped at 40 residents. That's perfectly fine with us. That's kind of what we were looking at anyway. We don't want to be much bigger than that. And then the other camp amenities also just provide a lot of recreational and other therapeutic value to those who are suffering with addiction and find a place to heal. And again, family community events, and then our license program with DBHDS would be another use. Again, that doesn't change physically anything what we're doing. It's just a license component to our program. The community benefit is affordable long-term program strategically placed in the community to help people in this community who are struggling with addiction issues. There's currently no residential program in New Kent County that I could find. The program would be available to the New Kent Sheriff and Commonwealth Attorney as an alternative to incarceration for nonviolent offenders who are struggling with addiction that want the help. Our program is completely voluntary program, so those that would come to us through the court system are requests to come. They're not arbitrarily ordered to our program by the judge, and they're put through a vetting process. It's a part of our application process. They're vetted by our program and our intake coordinator, and then we do a background check on them, ensure there's no violent offenses. Then they are vetted again by the court system. They help in that vetting process to ensure they're a good candidate for a program like ours. And then when they come, they're placed on probation as a condition of their probation and have oversight by a probation officer. Only about 20 to 25% of those that apply to our program from the jails are actually accepted into our program because our vetting process, we're a program that's about change and it's not a free get out of jail free card. You need to be serious about where your life is and where you want your life to go. But those savings using the sheriff's per diem numbers in my conversation with the city, if we had just 10 residents from New Kent County on our program in a year, could save the county about $180,000 in incarceration costs from the sheriff's budget. And I don't know if that would be served, so the county would have to make that decision on whether that would supply another deputy or whatever the sheriff could do with those savings. But I'm sure those savings would mean something to the county. And again, we would collaborate with other agencies in the community. I've got a meeting Thursday with the sheriff, with PAC. I'm not overly familiar with it, but he's invited me to attend that meeting to get to know some of the other community members. And we look forward to potentially collaborating with them to do what we can to help this community be a better place to work, live, and play. These are just a list of the conditions. You have the paperwork. A couple things I wanted to touch briefly on is the first one where they want us to file a report annually with the Board of Supervisors. We are certainly open to doing that. We've already established a level of transparency with the Board of Supervisors. I submitted a report to them. There's been some question about whether or not, about our program being in bankruptcy and our property being foreclosed on. That is not true at all. We have never filed bankruptcy. The property was actually purchased by the City of Newport News for $1.3 million. In your packet, you will see from the Newport News City Assessor's Office where it records the sale of the property to the City of Newport News for $1.3 million. That was a strategic move for us to take care of some past debt that we did have. We had some serious financial problems when I took over, that we had some significant debt. And so part of our plan to come out of that did include the sale, but more importantly, it cleared that up and then gave us an opportunity like this to be able to move out of the old high school building that we're in downtown into a place where we can better serve, better help, and focus more on services rather than paying bills. And so we have already, I've submitted financials and everything to the Board of Supervisors. You have a copy of the narrative that I gave to the Board of Supervisors, and we're willing to be transparent. We'll continue to do so. The second one is that they want us to work closely with the Sheriff's Department on those that may abscond. That is a genuine concern, I'm sure, in the community of those that may leave our program. And so I have already met with the sheriff. You have in the documents in your paperwork a recommendation from the sheriff that we talked about on last Thursday as far as a proposed plan on how we would work closely with the Sheriff's Department for anyone who absconds from our program. a lot of people you talk about completion rates and things like that. Certainly our completion rate was much higher when we had an environment like Mckimmie Woods. When we were doing the collaboration, our completion rates were up close to 40%. Doing it in the downtown facility with all the temptations, and it's just a hard building to live in for a whole year. It's really challenging. And so our completion rates took a dip. And so in the last 2 years, of the 119 people that came into our program, 24 completed. And that may sound alarming, but when you consider a long-term program, that is not a bad completion rate. Not everyone who leaves our program leaves because they relapsed. Not everyone in our program leaves because it was a disciplinary issue. So it's a year-long program, and life happens. Some people have medical issues, and so they need to leave. Some people, particularly men, whose wife and kids are home struggling, financially trying to make it. They've been in our program 5 or 6 months. They're doing well, and they really feel like they need to go home and take care of their families. And certainly, we encourage them to do what's best for them and their family. So there's a gamut of reasons why people leave. But more importantly, of the 95 people that did leave our program, only 5 of the 95 actually took off and absconded from the program. The rest of them, we work very closely with our residents. When they want to leave, they come talk to us. We have an open door policy. They can come talk to us. They can come tell us, hey, look, this isn't working out for me, or whatever their problem is. And then we work with them, and we will find them another program if that's what they want. If they want to go home, we'll contact their families, have them picked up. If it is a disciplinary issue, and it is a situation where we need to dismiss somebody, then again, we work closely with the families to come pick them up. If they are under the supervision of a probation officer, then it's an immediate phone. When we are considering a dismissal, we immediately contact the probation officer, and the probation officer will give us instructions on how they want to handle it. Most of the time, they'll instruct us to have their family pick them up and have them report to the probation officer by the end of the day. It's probably the most popular thing now, where the family comes and picks them up. If they don't have transportation, we certainly will take them there. And then in some extreme situations where the probation officer feels that they want to issue a PB-15, which is essentially a probation violation warrant, then we would work closely with the sheriff's department on having them pick them up. So it wouldn't be an overbearing. It wouldn't be necessarily overbearing on the resources of the sheriff's department, because those cases would be very few and far between. There are no guarantees. Like I said, people have left, but again, the numbers of people that just take off, and this is in downtown Newport News, only 5 have just taken off. That's the rapport that we have with our residents, and that's the rapport we intend to keep. And we expect in a location like this that, again, no guarantees, but we don't see any reason why that number would go up at all. The rest you can read, and really the other was the 637 is really not an issue with us, because that's when our main daily activities are. I just maybe did have a question, probably more suited for Kelly or the commission, is once our daily activities of leaving or whatever, if we're going different places for meetings or things, would be completed by 7. But if we go to an evening church service, obviously we would be coming and going. Or if we're doing something with our residents on site, deep again into the camp, then we obviously may want to do those types of things, have an outdoor, get together or whatever we may want to do. But it would not be disturbing at all to the neighbors. I mean, if you're familiar with the property and where the facilities are, they're kind of deep into the property a little bit, so we would not be a public nuisance at all. I think that's all I had. It is, evidently it is. Again, if you have any questions, I've tried to be brief, but really it's important to consider in this decision. It's important to remember that we're talking about people. It's evil. It's easy to label somebody. It's easy. The stigma of addiction is real. But these are real people with real families, with kids, moms, dads, brothers, sisters. Could be somebody in your family, could be somebody in someone's family that's sitting here today. According to the statistics, there probably is. And these are people that need a chance. I got a chance. In October of 2000, I darkened the door of Youth Challenge, and my life was at its bottom. And if it wasn't for a program like this, I don't know where I'd be today. And I was able to come into the program, get things together. I went on to run 13 stores for AutoZone as a district manager for a number of years until I really felt the Lord calling me back into this type of work to give back. And that's the type of people you have running this program, those that have elected to give back for much lesser salaries than they could be making as far as market rate salaries. And that's the type of people that we produce. Does everybody make it? It's substance abuse and recovery. Of course not. It's a complicated issue. But we are doing a very good job in managing those instances where people want to leave. And so I'll leave it to you if you have any questions.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, go ahead.
Questions?
You said that this is strictly for men?
This program is strictly for men, yes, ma'am.
Okay. My concern would be is that your vetting process, you hear vetting on the news, and it's kind of like, what are the real standards of vetting? Do you really check deeply to make sure that this person's not going to do harm to somebody else? What kind of authority do you have over people that come there if the sheriff's department or the courts were to send them there? Do you say, okay, if you want to leave, you leave, I'll just call your probation officer and goodbye?
No, ma'am. And again, I think it's important to remember that these are nonviolent offenders that we've done background checks on and looked at criminal histories. So they're, again, nonviolent offenders with substance abuse issues. And I don't have any legal authority to detain anybody. But again, we haven't had many issues in the past because of the rapport that we have with our residents. They know they know that we care about their well-being. They know we care about what's best for them. And if they choose to leave, we'll help them get to where they want to go. Even if it's just to leave and get home. If their family can't pick them up, we'll take them somewhere, whether it's to a bus or wherever it is. We'll make sure that they get there. So do I have the legal authority to detain anybody? No, I do not. But again, it's about the relationship and rapport that we maintain with our residents and the culture that we have.
So this is kind of like an open door type thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a question. Where does your funding come from?
Our funding right now is about 52% of our funding comes from donations, individual and business donations. About 40% comes from our micro enterprises, the thrift store. Is a big chunk of that, and then some of the construction that we do. The moving is probably a bigger piece of that, and then a small sliver of that is the program fees. There's a program fee of $3,000 for the entire year. That's why we have the vocational component, because obviously there's no way you can house and feed anybody for $3,000 in a year, and so not alone give them treatment. So, but we do like to keep the cost down. There are many that can't afford to come, and so we make decisions on those sponsorships and let them come. One of the things that we've looked at, we are in a process of now doing, is the licensing through DBHDS, which would give us the capability to bill insurance, which would increase our sustainability. And we are probably, that process is about 12 to 18 months, depending on their backlog. And we've hired a consultant, and we're in the early stages of compiling our application, our updated policies and procedures and things like that. So we're about a year out, and again, maybe a little longer, from being able to be able to bill insurance and increase our sustainability that way. But we've been here 42 years. We've weathered some storms, but we're still here.
One of the benefits you said for New Kent would be that some of the residents could use the facility, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so one of the dangers with drug use is your suppliers.
Right.
So what is your vetting process for visitors? into the facility?
Visitors to the facility is immediate family only. So phone calls are immediate family only.
But they could be the suppliers. So
There are some possibilities, yes. And so we do regular drug testing.
that was my other question.
We do regular room searches. We're certainly not going to search a visitor, but there is roaming staff.
So you wouldn't search the visitors?
We don't know. We don't search the visitors. Unless we had some sort of suspicion, and if we did, then we would certainly ask them. We can't. If they don't want us to search them, then they could leave. But our normal procedure is not to do that. Again, a lot of it we take care of through regular drug screens and regular room searches and things like that. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you said that your most recent record is 24 out of 119 complete the program.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you can imagine that we're concerned about the ones that don't.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And them, going out into our community and becoming a part of our community.
Right.
I mean,
I agree, and that's why I brought up the other 95. That's why I wanted to approach this head on and just let you know exactly what's going on. People do leave, but we do manage those things well. We've been doing this for a very long time. Like I said, of the 95 that left, only 5 took off, and that's in a downtown Newport News facility where there's drugs 3 blocks down the corner.
It's easier to hide
so.
when you can't.
So it's all, well, it is, but not really. Not really. It's pretty easy to hide in Newport News. If you don't want to be found, you won't be found for a while until you do something crazy.
Madam Chair. Regarding your licensing, you've applied for licensing through what agency? Which agency?
The Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Services.
Okay. Had you been licensed previously?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you required to be licensed?
We're not required. We are a faith-based program, and that will continue to be our core. We believe that recovery and life change happens through a personal relationship with God and turning our will and our life over to Him. But there's also something called transformation that the Bible says occurs by the renewing of our mind. And so having the professional counseling component in our program enhances our ability to deal with those issues where people can process their thinking, deal with triggers, why did they use, deal with some of their past hurts and pains. And so, and again, we're already doing some of those things through our residency under supervision of Genesis Counseling now until we obtain our actual license.
And how do you determine the, supervision levels? How many residents per counselor do you have, or how's that determined?
Right, our ratio is usually like 1 to 5. So like right now we've got 20 guys, and we've got 3 core staff, and then we've got some. We've got other what we call interns or other junior staff members that are on duty throughout the course of the day that supervise different activities of the program. But if we grow over that ratio, we'll be hiring more people.
And if and I know there's a number of buildings out there, some cabins, of course, main lobby,
yes, sir.
Other places. I guess wherever residents are housed, will there be a counselor assigned to that?
Oh yeah, yes, sir. There will be there actually be live-in staff on site 24 hours, and there will be staff living. We're going to primarily use what's called now Laurel Lodge, which is already set up with plenty of dormitories. That's going to be the primary dorm, and there will be live-in staff members in that dorm, as well as live-in staff members in some of the smaller cabins right there in the immediate area. And then if we grow into the Jordan Lodge with residents, then there'll be staff members living in there as well.
I guess, and has the building official established occupant load yet, or you met with the building official?
I've talked to him. He hasn't. From our discussions with the 40 people, from our discussions is fine, but he hasn't given us an actual occupancy certificate
or would it be
a
change of use to the building, I guess?
There's no change of use to the building according to Brian and codes. He said that That particular building is used for lodging, and that's what we're going to use it for, so there's no change of use for that particular building.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
When you were in Newport News, you ended up not having to pay taxes. Is that the status that you would seek in New Kent as well?
Well, I mean, as a religious organization like a church that generally doesn't pay real estate taxes, we would certainly like to approach that at some point. But again, that would be up to the county. We're prepared either way.
So taxes are being paid on it now, but they wouldn't be when you're using.
I don't know the tax status. The owner could probably speak to that now. I think it's currently tax exempt right now.
It is, okay.
So there wouldn't be any loss of revenue. Yes, ma'am.
I've got a two-part question
Yes, ma'am.
as far as the licensure. Well, why haven't you seek to gain this licensure before now? Was it just a
Again,
matter
I
of
just took over
location?
in 2015.
Okay.
And so, and when you lose a founder of an organization for 36 years, and then you lose the second phase of your program, there's a lot of other moving parts that we had to work through. We had some financial difficulties in 2015 that we had to navigate through. And so there was a lot of things that we needed to prioritize and do. But this was part of our plan all along, is something that I really wanted to do. We're just kind of at this point where we're in a position where we have the staffing now to do it. You know, I've been able to hire qualified staff to be able to staff a license program. And then it just kind of the way it's played out with the availability of this property and our ability to sell our property and move on, is the timing has just kind of worked out for us. But that's to answer your question. That's.
Now, I'm assuming the licensure, to get the licensure, there's certain requirements for number of counselors per residence.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
There's a lot that goes into an operating plan, and you have to have certain established procedures, policies, all of that.
Yes, ma'am. And we have our current policies, but those policies are much more stringent, and we are in the process of working with the consultant that we've hired to write those so that they're in accordance with the guidelines. And then yeah, there'll be whatever the requirements are from DBHDS. In addition to that, once we have our licensure, we are going to seek accreditation with CARF, which is, I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's Certified Addiction Rehab Facilities. It's an accreditation agency for rehab facilities. And so we certainly want to bring more accreditation to what we're doing as a program, where we welcome the additional oversight. I mean, we have board supervision now. Obviously, we have a board of directors, but as far as our program itself, having an outside agency, you know, we certainly are moving towards that. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, a couple of questions, please. Let's assume that you're granted the conditional use permit by the board.
Yes, sir.
And what is a realistic timeline that your group would expect this program to be fully in operation?
So the property, again, is not that far out. We've already done some due diligence on the septic and well systems, and all those seem to be accommodating, and the septic has been recently upgraded. So all of those things are in place. We don't have to make any changes there. The mechanical stuff, the HVAC stuff, there are some issues there that we want to get addressed, and Colonial Web is actually working with us at a significant discount, donating, you know, whatever they're able to donate, but they want to significantly help us get those things addressed. And then there's some bathroom, we want to, some bathroom remodels, mainly a lot of cosmetic stuff that we'll need to do. Some of it we can do once we're in. We are currently under a lease with the City of Newport News until we find another place. But our target is somewhere between June and August that we'll be in and fully operating.
So 4 months.
Yes, sir. Well, and to use Kelly's phrase, in a perfect world, if it goes to the Board of Supervisors next month and they approve it, then.
So 4 months after the CUP is issued, you could probably be in operation.
Yes, sir. If not a little bit sooner. Because some of the renovations we can do while we're there, painting and things like that, we can do while we're there.
Second question. Has your group, you're very passionate, so I applaud you for being that focused on what you're trying to do here. Has your group ever looked at the idea of maybe using this property as a retreat, kind of keeping in theme the same campground, the occasional use that's been seen there for 50 years, instead of a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year lodging?
That's certainly kind of the feel and the environment that we want to have. But it's been our experience that really, when you talk about really being able to help people significantly that are struggling with addiction issues, a long-term residential program, really to get them into a place where they're not trying to juggle, life and addiction or whatever. They can come into a place that's a safe haven, so to speak, and really take the time that they need, not only to deal with the hurts and pains and why they use, but also take the time to develop the character change. That's something that you can't really do on weekend retreats. That's something that really needs to be developed over time. And so
I understand what you're saying, but I was thinking maybe you had the primary counseling being done somewhere else, and then this is a retreat area for that just change of venue that could be beneficial. I'm just looking at ways of keeping it as a campground.
Right. And I understand what you're trying to say. I mean, obviously, if I could afford it, maybe so. But this is kind of we're looking at a property that we're significantly investing in.
Final question is, what other ancillary uses do you envision on this property? For instance, will there be worship services there that outsiders, non-residents be able to attend? Will there be vocational skill and education be performed on the site, or any other, let's say, craft or manufacturing, of the goods that you sell in the support store, or any of those kind of uses anticipated on site?
We are certainly, we have our own worship services, and we do invite families to attend, and we are amenable to something like that if there's a need in the community or a desire for the community. For that, we would certainly be amenable to that. We do already have some level of the vocational component, something that we have kind of talked about, but is not really on our radar right now, is being able to up the game in the vocational training aspect of our program, but a lot of that we can do through collaborations with other agencies. So there really wouldn't be a necessarily need for that. We have talked about doing some having a garden, growing vegetables, and those types of things, where we can help our sustainability. We had taken a look at, we've kicked around some different ideas of maybe possibly a greenhouse. Some people have brought up aquaponics as far as growing vegetables, different types of things that we can do. I know that there at one time was a tree farm. I don't know if that's anything that we would want to pursue. But anything that we can do to help our residents build esteem and help them understand how to take care of themselves and take care of property and be self-sustainable is something that we certainly would be willing to do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Last question for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this, what base faith are you proceeding? Is this for all faith?
We're Christian. It's a Christian program. We don't discriminate against other religions, but people volunteer to come into our program, and they understand if they come into our program that it is a Christian curriculum, and we have had other people from other faiths come into our program, and they understood the curriculum. They didn't make, they understood why they were there, and they have done well. A couple of them converted, but that's a personal thing with them. We offer the environment. We use biblical teaching, but it's very practical as it applies to their recovery and their character development. And their choice to make a proclamation of faith is personal between them and God.
One question for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Non-violent offenders
Yes, ma'am.
for your group,
Yes, ma'am.
that include burglary and larceny.
Larceny, yes. Not every larceny is necessarily violent. Burglary, there have been a few exceptions, just depends on the circumstance. Anything armed, definitely not. If they break into a house, definitely not. If they, reached over and snatched, $20 out of a cash register, if the other circumstances are right, we have made some exceptions there. But if they're out punching people and stealing purses and things like that, absolutely not. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about
Yes, ma'am.
the change in your 12-month program.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
it sounds like it's not quite a 12-month program if it's going to be here. Because you were talking about the work, so finding work elsewhere and having to follow up with Zoom and.
Yes, ma'am. That would be a change that we're looking at simply because of the rural location that we would be in, but they would still be in our program, and that would be if they're on probation, that would be coordinated with a probation officer, and they would be housed in a transitional house somewhere, whether it's an Oxford house or there's a church in Newport News that has a monastery that we've approached about leasing some rooms for them for this purpose. And different things like that, and then it would go from. So the idea is kind of the first phase is kind of the PHP part of the program, which would be our license service, which is mainly all day programming, to kind of an intensive outpatient. In second phase, where they're doing some of the vocational things with us, the training and things like that, but have the outpatient, intensive outpatient setting with daily groups and personal study curriculums when they're there. And in third phase would be more of the outpatient program. And so there is an option if someone stays to do an internship as part of phase 3, where they would remain on the camp and do an internship and work within the organization, whether it's, working in the kitchen or laundry or whatever the needs are, where they would remain on site, and then they would have a full work day, and then the outpatient portion of the program as far as, counseling and accountability and financial management classes, budgeting, all those types of things.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Would your development require a health department inspection?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we'll run a full commercial kitchen, and so I think one of the conditions in the conditional use permit is that we have a approval from the health department.
So what about social services? Would they come in and check on the people that are coming into the residency?
As adults, I don't think that they would.
It's because they're volunteering.
It's a voluntary program, yes, ma'am. So,
program?
It's again strictly voluntary. It's for those that come through the courts. They have requested to come in, and then it's actually presented to the judge. Hey, would you consider this, instead of warehousing this guy in a jail for 2 years? Would you allow him an opportunity to change his life for the betterment of him and his family and the community as a whole? But and then it's made a condition of their probation. And then there are periods or times when the probation officer may want to make a site visit, and we certainly welcome that. But they're a lot of times they're overwhelmed with their caseload, and so they do that some, but not a lot.
Would you be the only counselor that lives on site, or are all of them living on site?
No, well, as far as there's right now we have our director lives on site, our kitchen manager lives on site. There's I think 4 junior staff members that live on site, and then our program director is just on the other side of the line in Williamsburg. I live in Newport News, a phone call away, but our men's home director is on site, living on site, and then the other staff members are there as well.
There's 4 4 live-in staff members?
Yes, ma'am, right now, yes, ma'am. If the number's inflated, then we would look at hiring. If we didn't hire live-in staff, we would probably go to a rotational shift where, where there's an actual rotating shift, 24-hour shift, because sometimes live-in staff members are hard to find. So we have done the rotating night shift and things like that at times when necessary.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the exact neighborhood
Yes, sir.
where the facility in Newport News is located. Here, it's a different setting, right? Most folks
Yes,
here
sir.
would just soon have a root canal and go to Newport News pretty much for any reason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I would imagine if I was an adjacent property owner or somebody nearby, I would be concerned.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
As decent a person as I am, could somebody sneak out and steal from me, break into my garage, et cetera?
Yes, sir.
Is there any kind of liability? Is there any kind of mediation or program that you could set up to deal with neighbor concerns in the event that somebody leaves your facility and causes damage or financial loss to somebody? Is there some kind of mediation process that could be developed that might make it a little more, reassure adjacent landowners in that event?
I mean, I would be open to some type of discussion to look into that. I don't know as far as liability insurance. I don't know if that's anything that an insurance company would sign off on. The personal liability lies with the person that's making the choices. But
you don't have any kind of blanket policy at your current facility for anything like that for your patients?
As far as if someone comes and steals your lawnmower, do I got to buy you a new lawnmower? No, sir, we don't.
But that person would be removed from that.
Oh, that person, yeah. If you abscond from the program, then, yeah. And again, of the 95 that we had left and leave our facility in the last 2 years, only 5 have actually just took off. And to my knowledge, there wasn't any, there's houses right where we're at. It's downtown, but there are some residences right near where we're at. And we have great relationships with them, and they haven't had any issues. We help them work on their cars and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of different here, but we're a lot closer there. But there hasn't been any issues.
Of those 5, were they court ordered or were they voluntary?
I would have to go back. I just got some numbers. I would have to go look. I'm sure it's maybe a blend. It's hard to say.
At this time, I'll open the citizens' comment period for this public hearing. And I'm going to call up the first person, but just remind everybody the 3-minute rule, and we'll have the timer. So please state your name and address when you come to the podium, and then keep it to the 3 minutes. So the first person is, help me out, Jean Carl?
Hello. My name is Jean-Paul Thorne, and I'm at 208 Denby Boulevard in Newport News. I guess there's others. You're going to hear a whole lot of opinions about our program. We want to be as transparent as possible, but I'm here just to tell my story because there's going to be a lot of other thoughts that can add to this. But I just know that when I was in my younger years, I got caught in a lifestyle that my parents didn't teach me, that I just went off on my own. And by the time I was 33, my life was a wreck. I'd been in more programs than I can count. I'd known more consequences to relationships and jobs and opportunities that I would never wish on anybody. And at my worst, Youth Challenge at that time was there for me. And it changed my life. And what I'm thankful for is I give credit to all the programs in the past that taught me. Each one was a component in teaching me what I know today about recovery, what I understand. But I believe when all is said and done that God placed me right there in that time and place so that I could have an environment that just wasn't conducive to me learning recovery and applying recovery tools that I had known before, but was neither willing to apply nor understanding how to apply. And it gave me an environment for long enough for me to not only establish strong recovery tools, but to learn about myself, to learn character, to learn integrity. And it changed my life in so many different ways. And I'm standing here today, 20 years later, because of that. I feel for Travis because I know his heart. I know what he's been doing, and I know what he wants to do. And we want to come in as people who want to help an environment that already exists, whether we were here or not. The existence of all the concerns that were spoken here already exist here, as with everywhere else. And we want to be a place that is a solution to that. If not the perfect solution, if not the catch-all solution, it's one solution. We can offer a place where people can learn and grow. And I will reiterate what our executive director said. We vet our students very carefully. We not only understand recovery, we've been in many of the places they've been through, and we also have much learning to go over 20 years. We understand the full gamut of recovery tools, 12 steps, group therapy, individual counseling, clinical aspects, behavioral aspects, emotional traumas that go along with it. We have an adequate understanding of all of these things. And any program worth its salt is going to be able to put a measure of any of these together. And that's what we do. And not only that, we offer a place of hope above and beyond that. I'm thankful for all the tools that got me sober. I really am. But I'm really thankful for the place and the God who saved me more than anything. And that's what this place provided for me. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Next up is Isabel Davis Jarvis.
I'm Isabel Davis Jarvis. I live at 18910 Glen Lake Road in Byronsville, Virginia. I'm here on behalf of all of our neighbors and all down here. We've been given everything in the world, but these neighbors don't need this. We already have a jail. We don't get anything good for our end of the county, and we don't need this. They're using faith to, these neighbors are be scared to stay in their own house. If you remember Cumberland Farm, when Patty and I were on the planning commission, they were sending the police down there all the time. We don't need this. Please don't vote for it. If you would have it next door to your house and you go to sleep, vote for it. But if not, please turn it down. These people need a decent place to live without somebody coming in here and telling them they got to have it. Y'all represent us, so just remember that.
Next up is Mandy Sabo. I'm so sorry
That's okay.
about
That's
mispronunciation.
all right. It's Hungarian. That's kind of hard. My name is Mandy Sabo. I am. My address is 504 Custis Drive, Williamsburg, Virginia 23185. And I'm here with Faith Recovery. I'm the development director at Faith Recovery. So there's a lot of different things that I do for the organization, but I think the most important to address today is that research and caring for the community and communicating with the community is a big part of my job. And but today I really want to address you guys as not only county members, but as family units. I wanted to think about this from the perspective of the families and that live here in our neighbor or could be neighbors. When I think about my 1-year-old daughter, Hadley, I think about how I want the best for her and how I think about how important safety is. And so wanting hard facts about us is so important to these families, and I totally get why it's important to you all. And so what I want to do is address some facts because I've been really curious and I've been researching some things because, there's things that we want to know to protect our families. And So one of the things that I think of when I think about my daughter is sustainability for the future. And another thing that comes to mind is safety, like I said. So I wanted to address crime rate. I was doing some research online, and this all comes from the National Bureau of Economic Research. And so I was looking, and crime rate doesn't show to increase because of local recovery centers. In fact, mart stores like Food Lion are known to have higher crime rates than recovery centers. Another statistic that I saw is if you want to pass on to your legacy something that's worth value, it also shows that property value doesn't drop because of any sort of recovery center. It says that overall the findings are anecdotal claims and they're potentially overstated and not really proven at this time. But on a personal note, like addressing the concern, I just remember, as someone who doesn't come from a background of addiction, it's a few generations back in my family, but not directly affected. I came out of college and came into this organization, and I was as green as grass. I'm as easy of a target as it comes because I'm very trusting, and I've been here for 4 years and I haven't had a negative experience. The people in the program have come to my house and helped, and I just want to address the fact that, you know, my family members were concerned when I said I was going to downtown Newport News to help people in addiction, and I've seen them turn and change as they get to know us because they gave us a chance, and to see that transformation within them has been amazing. And I'd love to see that in Yells County. I think that we can make a great partnership. Seeing the way this community cares for each other, if we had that momentum towards something really good, I think it'd be really special. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Peterson.
Hi, my name's Terry Peterson. I live on Stage Road in Barhamsville. Everything that Reverend Hall stated tonight is all new to us. I mean, when we went to the town hall meeting, all the funds were coming from a private organization, private donations. The fees were paid by the clients and their families. There was no insurance, no Medicaid, no Medicare was accepted, no federal grants, and no state grants. Now he's applied for licensing, which wasn't part of the original plan that he had proposed. The facility right now is federal and state exempt from taxes. It's unlicensed in Virginia. There's no medical personnel on the property to handle emergencies. The property is 274 waterfront acres. That's unsecured. And there's no amount of fencing that you could put around there to keep people from leaving or keep other people from entering. I mean, it's all wooded. You can come off of 64 and just climb up the hill when you're in there. He initially said too that the plan was to treat 40 men and women who suffer mental health issues. Now he's saying it's just men. So, I mean, that's another change that that weren't there. It wasn't there before. And if you have men and women at the facility, domestic issues are going to follow. I mean, you can't have those people in close proximity, especially if they're in rehabilitation. I also found out on March 7th, Reverend Hall got his certified substance abuse counselor license, but they are not allowed to function. They have to function under supervision and the direction of someone else. They can't work independently. So if he's not even going to be at the facility, I mean, I don't know who is there overseeing it. I just have, the more I look at it, the more questions I have, the more questions are raised. I mean, there's no way that this is a summer camp for kids that come a week in the summertime. This is 24/7, people with mental health issues, people that are recovering from addiction and alcoholics. Oh, and also in Newport News, the building was also had a Channel to Brazil for Christ as an address, Bay Bridge remodeling, and AA meetings several times a week. So is that going to carry over down here? I mean, these are all questions that I have. So thank you for your time.
Next is Patty Peterson.
Hi, I'm Patty Peterson, 18060 Stage Road, Barnesville, Virginia. And I'm sure you're all aware, maybe even know someone that's been addicted, but don't let your heart overrule your brain. Addiction is a progressive disease. It's powerful and complex. People cannot simply quit even if they want to. Treating addiction requires lifelong care and commitment and therapy. There is no cure. You can manage and treat, but there's always a risk that addiction and criminal behavior to get that high will return. I don't feel a year of seclusion and Bible study in close proximity to our neighborhood is a good and safe idea. Riverside and Newport News has a new addiction program that can take Faith Recovery's group and give them professional help. They have doctors, therapists, psychologists, all trained in dealing with addiction. They want to fish. Are they going to be required to get 40+ fishing licenses? How about hunting? His Facebook page, he posted his wife got her Second Amendment rights restored. Picture of her holding her SIG P238. Is it wise to have weapons on site? Should be a gun-free zone. Also, in his own words, his thrift store was robbed, and his response was, but that's addiction. What's he going to do with the women? He says they're not coming here. They're going to stay in Newport News. Who's going to, I don't know. Is he and his wife and children going to live there? How about staff and their wife and children? If so, they all need to pay property tax. Newport or New Kent needs to bring in businesses that pay tax, not more nonprofits, and certainly not one that is more of a commune-type society living on 274 acres. You want Reverend Hall to give you a report every year to ensure he follows the rules. Who is going to check up on him? Or are you just blindly taking his word as gospel? SoberNation.com lists 30 drug and alcohol rehab centers in and around New Kent. Do we honestly need another? Henrico just got a huge grant to build a detox rehab center. No one is against anyone seeking help, but 274 acres of prime waterfront real estate for $900,000 is a steal and not a place for a rehab center. We all work hard and pay our taxes to raise our families in the rural atmosphere of Barnesville. This does not fit the comprehensive plan and should not be allowed. Thank you.
And next up is Sandy Goodyear.
Thank you. I'm Sandy Gautier from 19665 High Bluff Lane, Barhamsville. Like the young lady who spoke earlier, I also went on the internet and did some research. And remarkably, there's a publication called the Journal of Sustainable Real Estate. They did a 2014 study. It was entitled, Not in My Backyard, The Effects of Substance Abuse Treatment Centers on Property Values. Now, I don't know if the values would have changed since 2014, but this study found between 8 and 17% decrease in nearby properties was realized when substance abuse treatment centers opened. I also had a question about Reverend Hall. And he said that if 10 of his students came from New Kent County, that our sheriff's department would save annually $180,000 that he could use for something else in the sheriff's department. I know a couple months ago at a meeting in New Kent, the Reverend also said that he annually saved Newport News $100,000 in annual counseling fees. So I'm just curious why, with 40 or 90 or however many students in Newport News, he's saving $100,000 for them, but it takes only 10 in New Kent County to save $180,000 annually. I want to reiterate what others have said. I think the quote was, "Real people with real families." We are real people, and we have real families right here in the county, and we're concerned about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert Downen.
My name is Robert Downen. I live at 3931 Ropers Church Road, which is maybe an eighth of a mile from Mckimmie Woods. I go down there all the time walking and stuff. And let me start by saying, I think it's sad that I only get 3 minutes, but they get 30 or 40 minutes to plead their side of it. So let me get going. Most of the residents at that end of the county leave the county to go to work. So where are these people going to go to work? They're going to have to leave the county to go to work. You're going to run 40, 50, 60 cars down that road, an extra a day. I mean, you got 40 residents that got to leave. So that's 40 more cars. Then you got people that got to go there to work. Then you got people that's got to cook there. And I don't know how many of y'all have traveled down that road, Stage Road on the Ropers Church. But at one end, right below Mckimmie Woods, it's a one-lane bridge. And the county and James City County are fighting on who's going to replace it. At the other end, the state did do some work on the road, but it's still not a double-lane road to handle this extra traffic. That's like adding 60 new homes back there. The third part is, I've been in business for 25 years. I paid my taxes. I pay my resident taxes. This is a business. I don't know what you all think that it's not a business and what they're telling you, but it is a business. And they deserve to pay taxes just like I do every single time. And by the way, you talk about the real estate taxes. I don't know how many people in here, but I think my New Kent County real estate tax went up this year by about $80,000. And I don't live but an eighth of a mile away from them. So I only have 10 acres. I'm sure that theirs has gone up a good bit, and that's money that the county's losing. But they're going to use our roads, our infrastructure, our sheriff, our ambulance, and everything else and not pay a dime. And it's just not right. I know the county needs businesses, but we don't need businesses like this. Second of all, there's no buses out there. You got to go to James City County to catch a bus. On Route 30, everybody's got to go out to Route 30, or you go out to Route 60 if you choose to go the other way. They've already reduced the speed down because there's too much traffic on it. It went from 55 down to 50 because there's so many accidents on there. And now you want to add more. Has there been a traffic study down our road? No. And they talk about they can leave at any time they want or go up and down. Well, you can't leave and walk very far to, anything around there where you can get a ride. My business is real close to them. I don't have to worry about my business right now, but I assure you I will if this here happens. Thank you.
Next on the list is James Vaught.
I didn't sign.
Too bad you got talking.
My name is James Vaught. I live at 3956 Moores Lane. I've sent a letter to the county supervisor. There's a note, there's a sign on my front porch that says trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm not going to be explaining to a judge why I only shot you once. So those 5 people, they may not make it out of the neighborhood. This is a rural area. This ain't the city of Newport News where you can go anywhere you want to go. I'm a quarter mile or less from Mckimmie Woods. What are they going to do? Going to come steal a car? You can't steal a car today like you did when I was a kid. You can't change a couple wires. You got to beat somebody over the head and take the keys. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next, I have Connor Yeomans.
My name is Connor Yeomans. My address is 700 Richardson Run, Williamsburg, Virginia. I guess a couple things Travis wanted me to kind of address was, well, first of all, the women's program. When we initially were looking at this property, we were going to continue to house the women elsewhere, but the women's program has shut down because of the death of our women's home director. And so that's, kind of outside of our control. This gentleman here was talking about 40 cars going up and down the road. We transport our men in 15-passenger vans, so there wouldn't be 40 cars on the property. But again, I'm the program director at Faith Recovery. I'm a certified substance abuse counselor. I'm a licensed professional counselor in residency through the state of Virginia. But most importantly, I'm a person in long-term recovery from a substance use disorder. The only reason that any of this is possible is by the grace of God and because of this program, Faith Recovery. While I understand community concerns about Faith Recovery moving into Mckimmie Woods or potentially moving to Mckimmie Woods, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about addiction and the damaging stigma that goes along with it, often creating situations where people who are the most in need of help don't seek it out. In the town hall we had and through some other social media sources, I've heard a lot of sentiment, and essentially the sentiment is opposition to us coming to Mckimmie Woods. We don't want you taking those addicts from Newport News and Hampton to our county. And while this type of language saddens me deeply, I would like to use it as a teachable moment for people who perpetuate this stereotype about addicts. I want everyone in this room to basically imagine for a minute that you were given a label or identified based on the lowest moment of your life or the most regrettable act that you've ever committed. I won't go down a list, but there are a number of labels that people in this room would have to wear that would make them feel ashamed and stigmatized. Because the reality is we all fall short, we all sin, we all make mistakes that we wish we could sweep under the rug. And obviously, if you don't think this is true, you're just not being honest with yourself. You see, this is why labeling someone as an addict is so harmful and counterproductive to recovery and such a convenient way for people to separate themselves from the humanity behind addiction. You see, if I can say I don't want you to bring those addicts into my community, this allows me to avoid is that these addicts are people. They're not just random people who we don't know. They are figuratively and many times literally our fathers, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers. They have children and families, and they're every bit as entitled to happiness and a free life as any other person. Is that 3 minutes?
That's 3 minutes.
Damn, I went fast. A lot more. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Savannah Holly. Okay. Teresa Rondi.
Good evening, I'm Teresa Glenn Rondi. I'm a lifelong resident of New Kent. I live at 3701 Roper's Church Road. I worked at Mckimmie Woods for 16 years. I'm the caretaker of the property, and I live directly across the street. So the first piece of information that needs to be cleared up is that Mckimmie Woods is a campground. It has never been a campground in 58 years that it's been there. It's always been a children's summer camp, and the off-season was used for group retreats, never intended for full-time, year-long residency on the property. The second thing is Faith Recovery has mentioned partnering with the Fix Ministry in King William in the future. However, the court system in King William does not recognize the Fix as a facility because they are not accredited to operate as one. The court sends their participants to the McKimmie Foundation in Richmond. As I understand, Faith Recovery isn't accredited or licensed either. So with a quick Google search today, there are no less than 25 drug rehabs in a 40-mile area, just around New Kent. That's without even really looking. And that's on the low end. So there's obviously a need for this service. However, the 274 acres at Mckimmie Woods could do so much for the entire east end of New Kent. There's a pool that could have been used as a community pool for the kids in the area. There's a Brighton observatory with a telescope that, that can hook up to the internet out there. I mean, there's so much more out there that the tax-paying citizens could have benefited from. Once this deal is approved, this land will be gone forever. The presbytery that owned the property is willing to negotiate a $1.7 million price tag to $900,000. I find it sickening that our county leaders wouldn't have purchased it, considering a paved walking path in Pine Fork is almost $1 million. I'm not opposed to anyone getting help at all, but there are no medical personnel going to be on this property if there should be a problem. And as far as county resources like the police and the ambulance services, my husband had a heart attack 2 years ago. When I called 911, James City County picked it up because we're right on the line. So after 5 minutes on the phone with James City County, they transferred me to New Kent. Spent another 5 minutes on the phone. By the time they got down to where we live, it was 30 minutes. So, I mean, you can't expect if something happens over there that there's going to be help immediate, because it's not going to be. And one more last thing before I stop. We also hope that the members of the Board of Supervisors can be neutral on this matter, because it's become to our attention that Mr. Lockwood and Mr. Hall have a Facebook relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Tony Rondi. Patty Walters.
Yeah, I think we were signed up on the wrong list.
Okay. Fred Sanford.
Good evening, y'all. Thank you for the hearing. I'm Fred Sanford. I've been on the board for, I don't know, maybe 20 years or so, maybe longer. I live in Irvington, Virginia at 70 Lee Lane. And I just want to say, I mean, the program to me, and I've seen a lot just through the years, is a wonderful program that helps a lot of people. And I didn't, the statistics that Travis gave, he's exactly right, but only 5 people in a number of years have left without, doing anything. And some of the people, I know like a couple of young men, that it was more than they could handle. And one of them checked out. He's doing well now. He had some problems to start with. His grandfather is a good friend of mine. And, I think the program can do a lot to help people. Prior to me, there was a man who was on the board who was a judge, and he was my partner. And he asked me to come on the board. He's deceased now, but in his opinion, he went to the city of Newport News, and they told him, and this is in the early 90s, that this saved the city of Newport News $42,000 per year for each incarcerated person. And I think they averaged about 12 to 15 people from Newport News at the time. So I don't see if that happened in 1990, I can't see a whole lot of difference except an increase of that value. And I don't know where those other figures come from, but that, that's the way I see it. And I just thank y'all for the time and look forward to seeing, anything that happens up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Betsy Sink.
With that being said, I didn't know if I could have a few extra minutes to talk on behalf of the group and those names that are listed there, or if I'm restricted to the 3 minutes. I'm representing all the names on that paper, which is close to 100 names. So we have a Facebook site, not this site, so that's our group. There are some names that are on there, but majority of them are not here, or not.
Our policy is it's a civic group or organization or something like that, like a homeowners association, something like that.
We don't have homeowners association where we are.
I understand, but I mean, you're representing individuals that could easily speak on their own behalf. Okay, so I'll let the chairman decide fully.
It's up to the pleasure of this board how you would like to interpret this.
And I might not need the whole 7. I can try to be, or 3. I can try to be quick. Thank you. So Mr. Hall addressed why Mckimmie Woods, and I would just like to address why not Mckimmie Woods. First of all, the Code of Ordinances drawn out by the county for Section 98-173 does not recover faith recovery's intended purpose, and actually their purpose of having more of a rehab facility group home should cause rezoning, in my opinion. This shouldn't fall under the conservative zoning that it currently is. I'm sure you all know the definitions, so I won't read them or take the time to read them. As far as campground, hunting clubs, conference centers, none of those were intended for 24/7, 365-day lodging and use for this size of a group. So there's question as to whether the sewer, water, and everything out there can actually sustain, as well as if the buildings will be required to be brought up to code to have any kind of fire protection or anything like that for the residents that are going to be there. I think it's very misleading that they say it's a 12-month recovery program, where that's a 12-month, it's explained further on the Facebook page that it's a 12-month sobriety program. So they could be there 16 months, 18 months, or longer. The 12 months is their time of sobriety. So if they have a slip, then it starts their time all over again. So the fact that this is a residential program for a year, it could be actually much longer than that. So addressing the standards that were set before us, the standards for review, I'd like to address number 3 and number 7. Let me see. So number 3, detrimental to adjacent and neighboring properties. I looked up the same study that showed that there is a reduction in property value and will impair the value of buildings and property surrounding it. So that concerns us as neighbors, as well as the inherent danger that comes with that. Lodging of 40 clients is set as their cap, but there's no cap on staffing. So staffing and children and spouses, and the fact that this becomes an intern program and a halfway house, so to speak, you could have 100 people living out there. There's no cap on that, just the number of students or clients that they have. The CUP is not honest about the traffic flow that we'll have there, the jobs and so forth that will needed, and the staffing coming in and out will increase that narrow country road, the traffic that we see on that. Again, Mckimmie Woods was never intended to be a year-long residential lodging facility for this number of people. And I think Mr. Hall addressed some of the confusion with the foreclosure, which was in a newspaper article that was through the Daily Press that spoke about how if they didn't raise the money that they would be foreclosed upon the city of Newport News. And then now they are forced to get out of their current situation, out of their current residence, men's home. So also addressed in the CUP application is that they're going to create a plan to work with the sheriff for operational plan. Why is this an afterthought to the CUP? Why isn't this like front loaded and we know about it up front what the plan would be? The sheriff attended to the town hall meeting, which was not well advertised. Mr. Lockwood kind of initiated and put it on, but it wasn't well advertised. There was very few attendance. We have probably triple the attendance here tonight. There have been no mailers about this. This is kind of being slid under the rug is the way it feels. So we're just trying to get that information out there to as many people as possible and get them to attend so that they can see for themselves what's going on. We addressed if people were to leave the facility because it's voluntary, or if they were to hide, if they were to cross the reservoir or something like that. The sheriff was there for the town hall, and he addressed that they would put any resources into play to try to find that client as they would if it was my 3-year-old child. So that's a lot of resources, a lot of money that we're putting into place for not a whole lot of return on tax funds. And then in addition to that, the sheriff said that that area had, on average, if there was nothing else going on in the county, a 15-minute response to that area was his exact words. I find it ironic that now they're applying for accreditation for these different boards and DBHDS and CARF, now that all the questions have been raised and that, the no checks and balances. And to go further with that, they're micro enterprises that, how will that affect small businesses in New Kent County? When they're out there, they're not paying their labor, which is illegal. There's 2 articles, one in the Washington Post and one by the NBC today that I can provide you with that show where they need to be paid labor. They need to be paid minimum wage. It's against the law not to pay these residents what they're working and providing. But how is it going to affect small businesses when they don't have to? They can underbid and undercut because they're not paying their labor costs. The eco-forest is out there. I just wonder if anybody's reached out to the family members that have buried loved ones there or that have purchased sites to bury their loved ones there to see how they feel about this change of hands. So the eco-forest, if you're not aware, it's where you can purchase a tree or you can purchase a plot along the tree, along the reservoir, and that can be your eternal resting spot for your ashes. It's a beautiful spot out there, but I don't think that's been addressed, and I'm not sure if that's what he was referring to as the tree farm. Office space, I know they have different office spaces donated in Newport News, and I just wonder if they'll also be coming to New Kent. And the concern is about the Newport News addicts coming is because there's also an article that was done that states that they're an alternative to incarceration for nonviolent crimes. 22 staff members, mostly graduates of the program, they go from Newport News to all Hampton Roads jails to Newport News, visiting the jails, interviewing inmates to find future students who are ready for long-term commitment. So that's a lot of concern, as well as what Mr. Travis told us today, that larceny, breaking and entering, different charges. What they consider nonviolent, what I consider nonviolent, are 2 different things, apparently. This project feels very rushed, and I think it's, again, the foreclosure and their need to get out of where they are. And lastly, I'll just end with a quote. I hear the buzzer going off. The Faith Recovery's Facebook page, and I think this kind of concludes our sentiment exactly. When they had their thrift store broken into, and they posted it, and they said, even though we help those struggling with addiction, we are not exempt from being the victim from an addict's behavior. And then they showed the video of someone breaking in with a piece of concrete and stealing a cash register. It said, please pray that this person finds the help he needs. It's sad, really, but that's addiction. And I think as a community, that's how we feel. We pray for them, we want the best for them, but not in our backyards.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Veronica Awanski.
I also just signed it, didn't realize it was for speaking, but I'm going to speak anyway. My name is Veronica Iwansky, and I'm a resident and homeowner of 3905 Moores Lane. I've been there for 26 years, and I've raised 3 kids, all in their 20s now. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so I can't speak. Okay. That's okay.
Next name is Joy Muller. I didn't sign the. Yes, I didn't sign.
She's on the petition as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Jennifer.
Wow, yes, that's me.
Did you sign the petition?
I did not sign the petition. Can I get 7 minutes? No, I'm just joking. Hi, my name's Jennifer Lutterlow, and I'm at 16970 Stage Road. And I am here, I want to say that first and foremost, I'm a Christian. So I've stayed out of this due to the fact that if Christ is being glorified, then y'all are doing a great thing. You referenced Romans 12:2 about being transformed by the renewing of your mind. The rest of that verse states that you will be able to test and approve what is God's will, what God's will is, his good, pleasing, and perfect will. And that's why I chose to speak, and that's why I chose to come here this evening, because as I actually look into this and do more investigating, for lack of a better word, there's a lot of questions and a lot of concerns that I would echo with what everybody else has said as well. I understand that these questions can't be answered, but I think that the main thing that we're as neighbors that we're all concerned with is the type of people that we're having come in here. We're definitely, and Mr. Hall said himself that he knows all of the tricks. And with that, and we're kind of like tiptoeing around what kind of criminals we're talking about here. That's criminals. So it's really, violent or not, at any given time, a criminal can become violent. And especially dealing with an addict, it's my experience that they will do whatever it takes to get whatever they need and whatever they want. I'm all about people getting help, and especially and fully believe that God is the saving grace. However, I kind of feel like there may be some dishonesty going on. Where you're talking about where you guys are vetting people, and that you got this high, this highly vetting process, yet you say there's 25% accepted. You don't currently use insurance, so I'm imagining, and this is chatter from other former residents and other things that are all over the internet, that there's a lot of money involved in this. If you're not taking insurance, I've got where there is a $1,000 induction fee. You said it's $3,000 per 12 months. So it's not all adding up. And if you're talking about vetting somebody, are you actually going to certain specific people that you think will be that will be interested in following this, and you think that they're going to be good people, or are we talking about money here? And that's it. That's all. Daggone it. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I will close the citizens' comment portion of this public hearing, and I will close close the public hearing for application CUP-02-22, Faith Recovery Treatment Facility, and turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Comments from the commissioners? I want to make a few remarks, but I'd like to hear what anyone else has to say.
You never begin first, so why don't you start?
Okay. I can do that. While I do applaud the mission of this particular organization, and while I understand their motives are good and admirable, simply one of the facts that you aren't accredited and there is not a good vetted process for how you house, maintain all these residents. That's my first concern. Also, the aspect that this land is hasn't been permanently inhabited. It's been a summer camp for a lot of years. Prime real estate, and we're not even going to get any tax revenue from it. While I believe that there will be a draw on our services. The safety and security of the residents around this facility, I think can be called into question, simply because of the lack of integration with the Sheriff's Department and the remote nature of the camp. The response time, we heard about the response times to that area of the county. There's just a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. I don't feel as though there was enough public outreach prior to putting the application in, as evidenced by all these people here. So that's my biggest concerns. Can I hear from the other commissioners?
Madam Chair, I had more of a question, more on a, I guess, technical sense. Should this really be a rezoning versus a CUP? It's obviously not a permitted use under conservation or C1. Also, it's not listed. Yeah, it's not listed as a required CUP for this type of use. Of course, the animal they were getting ready to will be dealing with is the cleaning up the zoning ordinance, which is providing not much help in this case, definitionally, because what is going on what is proposed to be going on there, and how do we identify it or define it and go from there? Because you have to define something to categorize it. Has it fit or does it fit? I don't feel this fits in a conservation zoning at all. You would have to rezone in my mind and then get to it by way of conditional use permit in another zoning. Now, whether it's A1 or whatever other use, but there's not many things that can go from conservation to anything but A1, I think, in this area, because it's based on a comprehensive plan. It's rural lands. It will continue to be as such in either zoning. But I really don't feel this fits as it is zoned. And I question maybe should the conditional use permit come now? This should come, I think, after a rezoning, in my opinion.
I'm going to reiterate yours thoughts a little bit too. Mr. Davis, I applaud the group for what they're trying to do. I honestly think this is a home, a residential use that has special attributes to it to reinforce a code of conduct or a rehabilitation process. But we're talking about 40, possibly if it were to go forward, increasing the population there of residents being there 24/7, 365 days a year. To me, that's homes or residential use. I did too thought first that this should have possibly been a rezoning application instead of a conditional use permit application, because I don't see anywhere an allowance in the conservation zoning district that a residential use is allowed, even under a conditional use permit. I just can't find the words in between the lines to be supportive of that.
Other thoughts? Comments?
I mean, I think it's admirable what they want to do, but I just don't think that it's the right place.
Well, if there's no other comments, can I have a motion?
Excuse me. I'll entertain a motion. However, I want to discuss the motion first. Okay, we usually discuss the reasons of denial.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to make sure that this board is all in favor of what the denials will be.
Okay.
So, A, would be the first one? Doesn't meet the the zoning?
It doesn't meet the.
In my opinion, yeah, I believe this is
Yeah,
a rezoning issue. Now, a conditional use permit can come down the road if it's rezoned properly.
Correct. It's not appropriate for the zoning district.
Yeah.
Can I speak to that for just 1 second? I have, just so you know, that I have reviewed the planning department's decision to treat this as a conditional use permit, and under 98-61, I do agree that it falls within the category of uses that are within your purview to allow it as a conditional use permit if you would like. It's up to this board whether you want to make that recommendation or not. But that is how the code reads. That's how the planning department has interpreted it. That's why the application has gotten to you. I agree with that, just so you know that.
Item B.
I think the lack of accreditation and all the safeguards that come with that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
C.
Taxing of county services.
Uncompensated.
Uncompensated taxing of county services.
Okay, let's flip back to A. Are we all in agreement that this either is zoning is inappropriate, or would we like to strike that and just have the two items?
I think we can say that it's.
I think it's comprehensive. Yeah, I think the comprehensive plan indicates this area as conservation conservation, if I recall correctly. I think it's truly recognized as the only area is recognized as conservation in New Kent County, if my memory recalls.
It's not consistent with the conservation designation.
Let Mr. Moyer check real quick since he's thumbing through there real quick.
Well, we're all supposed to be bringing this every week.
What is the point? What's the point? Whether it's the only conservation or not, they're coming to us.
They're coming to us asking for a CUP, and they're recognized that it is conservation, and that they are looking for a permit to be able to use it the way they want to. Okay, so it doesn't matter if
does it,
there is any more,
or does it not, Mr. Moyer? Because that's if in the definition of conservation for the comprehensive plan, I don't think it mentions zoning. I understand where you're headed with the zoning.
what? Okay, first we've been told by our county lawyer, okay, that this is how it is. This is not debatable for that. Okay, it has been taken up by our staff that said this is conservation, and it meets the definition. But the use cannot be done unless they get a CUP, unless a continual use, and that is what we're discussing now, not whether if it's the right way to use conservation. That comes down the line when we do a new comp plan, okay, and do rezoning. If this is rezoned differently, it may change. But as of right now, it could be this if we would deem it acceptable to be a conditional use.
Madam Chairman, I'll just read the motion and I will make the statements that I feel that I needed to present.
Okay.
Okay. I move to forward the application CUP 0222 to New Kent County Board of Supervisors with an unfavorable recommendation for the following reasons. One, due to the lack of the accreditation. The other thing would be the uncompensated impact that it would have on our county services.
Thank you. Any further discussion? May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. To forward an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for application CUP-02-22 for reasons of lack of accreditation and an uncompensated impact to county services. How say you, Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Pearson?
Aye.
Ms. Butler?
Aye.
Mr. Moyer?
Nay.
Mr. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Townsend?
Aye.
Ms. Thomas?
Aye.
Mr. La Rochelle?
Aye.
Mr. Tiller?
Abstain.
And Ms. Rose?
Aye.
The motion carries, Madam
Should
Chair.
have tabled it. Should have tabled it.
Thank you. All right. No, we don't.
Oh, yeah. Those two.
Oh,
those two.
The staff report?
Staff report, yeah.
They're just mentioning it.
Yeah,
gotta
go.
go through it.
No. All right. 5-minute break.
done playing RBA.
Okay, is there any new business? Okay.
Close that.
I'm going to forego the chairman's report. Is there any report from Plan RVA?
There is, but it's not important. They did some branding and.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it later.
Nothing of substance? Yeah, okay. Any commissioners have anything specific to report? No. All right, staff reports.
Yay! Welcome. They're never late. Poor girl.
Bring snacks next time.
Yay. Take a bow.
Okay, and then Mr. Hathaway is going to speak on items A and B briefly about the initiating resolutions that were passed and have them in your spot. Okay. I had it all for them.
Wait a minute, let's see. Where is that?
Ooh, there we go.
Okay, good.
There we go.
All right. So the extension of the overlay district basically it's proposed to keep the same development criteria that's currently involved with the Bottoms Bridge overlay district. It's basically just expanding that district to not just incorporate Route 60 of Bottoms Bridge, but to incorporate the entire New Kent Highway, 155, Route 106, and Route 60, and Eltham Road as well. Basically all of our major corridors where commercial activity could take place. And this only applies to non-residential uses. So you have a draft ordinance before you for your consideration. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact planning or my office so that we can address them and feel comfortable with moving forward with a public hearing on that. The second item, in January, at the January regular board meeting, the board adopted an initiating resolution asking staff to draft an ordinance to look at slowing down the cluster subdivision provisions, or really the subdivision provisions of the county. And you know, through further conversations with the county, with our board, slowing down growth might be the wrong term that I used, but I think it's more about controlling growth to ensure that we grow in a manner that's consistent with our comprehensive plan. State code right now requires all localities that have a growth rate of 10% high or more since the last census to include in their development ordinance a cluster subdivision. This is a by right subdivision that does not go before the board for approval. It's approved by the planning staff if they meet set criteria. Also, with that cluster subdivision, we're supposed to base the density calculations on the minimum densities permitted in our zoning ordinance. So right now for A1, the minimum lot size is 1.5 acres. And that's what we base our density on. We do require that you back out your RPA and environmentally sensitive lands. But after you do that, you divide whatever acreage is left by 1.5 acres, and that's how many lots you can develop. So you can imagine in a 200, 300 acre parcel, you can get a good number of lots utilizing the cluster subdivision, and you don't go through any formal approval process by the Board of Supervisors. So what is proposed in the draft is a significant change to the cluster subdivision. The first thing we do in the zoning ordinance, that draft proposes to increase the minimum lot size from 1.5 acres to 10 acres. Now, 1.5 acres is really, it doesn't mean much because there's no way you can get to 1.5 acre lot per our subdivision ordinance. A by right subdivision outside of the cluster subdivision, a by right subdivision is 15 acres with public road frontage and 25 acres without public road frontage. That's what you can do by right other than the exceptions. And the exceptions are the cluster, the family subdivision, and the parent tract subdivision. And we're still proposing to allow the family subdivision and the cluster, family subdivision and parent tract subdivision. There would be no changes to that, the way the draft is written. So therefore, with the family subdivision, you can do a minimum of 1.5 acres, and with parent tract, you can do a minimum of 2 acres. Nothing will change there. The only thing that changes is we're saying the minimum lot size is now 10 acres, but again, there's really no way to get to 10 acres other than the special subdivisions, which would still be allowed. The purpose of changing the minimum lot size for A1 is it allows us to provide for a different density calculation for this cluster subdivision. And what's being proposed in the new draft is the density would be based on 1 house per 10 acres, which is a significant change. So for every 100 acres, you can get 10 homes. Also proposed in the draft that the minimum lot size to do a cluster is 50 acres. So therefore, the minimum lots that could be created would be 5 lots with the 50 acre. The maximum lots that could be created using the minimum lot size for a cluster is 5. Also proposing, and this is a big change, well, it's another change. Currently, there's no maximum lot size for our cluster subdivisions. We are proposing to implement a 2 acre maximum lot size. Currently, we require that 50% of the property be placed into a conservation easement or it be preserved. Yes. Mm-hmm. No. The density calculation, the way you determine how many lots you can develop or create is, yeah.
What I mentioned is that we heard a discussion from Boyd that they were only going to have 50% of open space.
Mm-hmm.
And we're saying the little guy has to have 80%.
The big guy Boyd
Mm-hmm.
can come in with a PUD and have only 50% of open space, but the little guy has to have 80% open space.
For a cluster subdivision, in A1 property, yes. Now, there's other ways to subdivide. If you're in a residential zone property, there is no set-aside requirement. There's really no set-aside requirement for the PUD, but
Right,
they
I
have
understand.
volunteered that.
Yes.
But if you're on a residential property, you can create a lot as small as 20,000 square feet and have no set-aside requirement. And anybody has the right to apply for a residential rezoning if the property is not currently zoned residential. Now, by doing that and kind of pushing the envelope and requiring people to rezone their property to do that, that brings it before the Board of Supervisors. It also gives the county an opportunity to address the impacts of that development, albeit design criteria or proffers as well, which we don't collect for clusters. But yes, that's the difference.
The other thing is making lots bigger, and we're hearing we need more medium size and more, I'll say this, workforce housing. And we're going to go and say you're going to have 2 acre lots, which
no, you can't have any more
than a 2 acre lot,
lots.
But limiting the amount of houses in the development then is that going along with the density we're looking for for our people that can't quite afford that type of housing? Is that I don't see our benefit.
I guess I'm not following, because right now there's no limit on the size, so you can do a cluster and create 5 acre lots. Of course, they're going to sell for a lot more, and you're going to have a different style of house there. So that's not getting you to an affordable rate either. Really, the intent is not an affordability intent. The intent of limiting the maximum size, and also we're increasing the requirement of the set-aside to 80%. As opposed to 50%. The whole intent of clusters is to concentrate your development and preserve more open space. That's why the state implemented this and has forced this requirement on high-growth communities. So I think what's being proposed is more in line with the original intent of the state's requirement that we have a cluster subdivision to preserve more open space. Yes.
Because we're just talking about A1.
Clusters are, the way we've drafted it, it would only be permitted in agriculture property. The state code says your ordinance has to make the cluster subdivision available to at least 40% of the county. There's roughly 80% of our county right now zoned A1, so we meet that requirement.
Mr. Hathaway, did the board approve mandating a water system for the 8-lot subdivisions?
Yes, and those changes, we're not proposing any change to that requirement.
Just seeing that if that applies to the cluster, I'm sure it would, yes.
I believe more than 8 lots requires a community water system or connect to public water, yes. But those are the changes that we're proposing to cluster. I know I kind of threw that out there kind of quickly, but they are highlighted in the document that you have, and please feel free to ask me any questions. All right, thank you. That's it.
Just a few more things. And I don't think that any of our, well, I'm not going to say that because I'm knock on wood. Our April agenda is looking to be also pretty full. We've got potentially 4 public hearings. The solar ordinance, if y'all, after you take a look at that, if you're comfortable with it, we can go forward with having a public hearing on that. I got in a rezoning and CUP application in for a project down in Providence Forge. There's a woman who wants to do an event venue and also a cidery. Public hearing for another solar project that came in. They came to you in December. It's that Project Vincent off near Hanover, yeah, District 1. And then I also got a rezoning in for a small residential project off Olivet Church Road for a 7-lot division. Right now it's zoned A1, and they're requesting to go to R1. so we can talk about how much we want to put on the agenda. I'll get with you on that. So we'll see how that goes. And then Sherry did prepare a report for what we're currently reviewing. I know you had asked a couple months ago if we could have a list of site plans, so she'll briefly go over those.
Yeah, so planning currently has 3 site plans in review right now that have, one came in January and 2 in March. One is for the Project Solstice Site Road that is going to serve the AutoZone warehouse over in the New Kent City Center. Currently, we're just waiting for VDOT plan review to come back in. I anticipate that this week. And then we can go ahead and move forward with getting comments out to the applicant on that. We also have a Hearth at Patriots Landing, which is a 216 apartment project in Patriots Landing in a planned unit community. 3-story buildings, about 18 buildings housing those 216 units. They also have a few garages slated on the site plan, as well as a clubhouse and like a pool and a pool room. So that is also in plan review. And then AutoZone Distribution Center, of course, everybody probably knows. It's 807,000 plus square foot warehouse over there between the interstate and Pilot, and that is also pending VDOT review. So that's where we're at with site plans right now. Madam Chairman, I just wanted to say too, if anybody gets calls about planning projects in the county, please feel free to forward them, or if you have questions yourselves, please call me in the planning department. I'll be happy to make appointments to show people plans or answer any questions. If you all like to come in and look at plans, they're open to public inspection, but I need to be called.
Thank you all. All right, well, it looks like we are finally at the end of the agenda. Excuse me?
Bewitching hour.
Yeah. Next meeting is Monday, April 18th, and we will see what the agenda holds. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
You do.
Thank you.
Yes.
This thing stopped recording after 4 hours.
Oh, really?
Oh, good night, you guys. You hung in there. Oh, no problem. Good night, y'all. Shit, does that thing have a time limit? Does that thing have a time limit for how long I can record? I know our VHS tapes used to.
Yeah.
Back in the day. God, I hope not. Otherwise, we lost